Shrubby Stu says, "Ah." Zero Gaming says. Laupaklua 12 says. Zero Gaming says, "Enter in the lava portal so you can meet me." Shrubby Stu says, "The lava portal." Zero Gaming says, "Yes, jump." Zero Gaming says, "Go to 160 for minus 5,100. Shrubby Stu says, "Where are you?" Zero Gaming says, "Nether." Zero Gaming says, "Wait there." Welcome back, Featual Dafodal. Glad you could join us again. Shrubby Stu says, "In there." Shrubby Stu says, "In the overworld." Zero Gaming says, "Okay." Zero Gaming says, "Coord." Shrubby Stu says, 10 for 415123. Trivia question. What does an observer block detect? Featual Dafodal says, "Huh." Shrubby Stu says, "Y71." Shrubby Stu says, "DX." Zero Gaming says, Shrubby Stew says, BRB. Zero Gaming says, follow. Zero Gaming says, tie. Blackspot Alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Trivia question. How do you tame a wolf? Zero Gaming says, just find a place to build a house. Zero Gaming says, just don't die, keep inventory off. Shrubby Stu says, okay. Laupaklua 12 says, sh****, I build wrong. Zero Gaming says, Zero Gaming says, go too far, so you can build your base. Trivia question: how do you obtain honey bottles in Minecraft? Blackspot alert. Show your love, subscribe, and like. Jedi Sith 121 says, GG. Shrubby Stu says, do you have any saplings? Wow! It's Ao J says, sorry. It's Ao J says, oh. Trivia question. What block is used to brew underwater potions? Zero Gaming says, I found a zombie villager. It's J says. Black Spot Alert, subscribe, and like for more. Trivia question. What item is used to craft maps? Shrubby Stu says, can someone give me gold? Zero Gaming says, I need gunpowder. It's J says, sure. Zero Gaming says, oh, only need 5. It's LJ says, keep it. Zero Gaming says, tie. Lao Paklua 12 says, it have enough cobblestone. It's LJ says, you. It's LJ says. It's LJ says, got 60 for copper. It's LJ says, D. It's LJ says, from Mine Cave. Zero Gaming says, O. Zero Gaming says, I'll check if the zombie villager despawn. It's LJ says, get Namatags. It's LJ says, sure. Zero Gaming says. It's LJ says. Shrubby Stu says, okay? Trivia question. What's the max build height? Welcome back Terra_S12. Glad you could join us again. Wow. Zero Gaming says, wait how OJ it's claimed. Black Spot Alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Welcome back, Shrubby Stew. Glad you could join us again. Trivia question. What type of food item does a cow drop when defeated? Zero Gaming says, Allo J off. Zero Gaming says, Allo J. It's Al J says, yes? Zero Gaming says, it's claimed. It's Al J says, which? Zero Gaming says, follow. It's Al J says, this claim. Zero Gaming says, not there. It's Al J says, oh. Zero Gaming says, here. Welcome back, it should be 14. Glad you could join us again. It's Al J says, this. Trivia question. How do you obtain name tags in the game? It's Al J says, oh. Laupaklua 12 says. Laupaklua 12 says. Zero Gaming says, no. Laupaklua 12 says, I fell off Lamau. Laupaklua 12 says, Rip Totem. Zero Gaming says, I can't cure him because it's claimed. It's Al J says, okay? It's Al J says, HMM. It's Al J says, I need a armor. It's Al J says, I'll trust you. Welcome back Anand_Agrr Gaming. Glad you could join us again. Zero Gaming says, okay? It's Al J says, here. Zero Gaming says, tie. Zero Gaming says, just gonna wait a few min. It's Al J says, 8. Black Spot Alert. Be part of our family. Subscribe and like.
Hey, look, a new subscriber.
Trivia question. Which mob drops ender pearls when defeated? Zero Gaming says. It's Alj says D. It's Alj says Omal. Zero Gaming says 6. Laupeclua12 says, give me apple. Terra S12 says, what are the chances? Trivia question: how do you obtain saddles in Minecraft? Laupeclua12 says, HMM. Laupeclua12 says, why did left? Zero Gaming says, got kicked. It's Alj says, same. Black Spot Alert, subscribe, and like for more. Terra S12 says, again. Laupeclua12 says, Omao. Laupeclua12 says, why am not getting kicked? Laupeclua12 says, lol. Laupaklua 12 says, beacon is now level. Laupaklua 12 says J. Laupaklua 12 says 2. It's Ao J says WOAH. It's Ao J says main IP is good. It's Ao J says now. Laupaklua 12 says, I realized I joined with main IP from the start. It's Ao J says, huh. It's Ao J says, Omao. Trivia question. What's created when water and lava meet? It's Ao J says, that's why you didn't get kicked. Laupaklua 12 says, gonna refresh MC. Shrubby Stu says, can someone give me a golden shovel? It's Ao J says, Zero if we're on stream. Join the main IP. Zero Gaming says, bruh. Shrubby Stu says, Tx. It's Ao J says, get out. Zero Gaming says. It's AOJ says, boat asterisk. It's Ao J says, it was. It's Ao J says, what Hoobs said. It's Ao J says, Bedrock main IP and backup IP. Zero Gaming says, don't worry, I'm good, D. It's Ao J says, D. Zero Gaming says, oh. Trivia question. What does a hopper do primarily? It's J says, lol. It's J says, GTGD. Lau Paklua 12 says, I can see PH face with UHB. Lau Paklua 12 says, UHD. Shrubby Stew says, do anyone need seeds? Lau Paklua 12 says, do. Escom 71. Lau Paklua 12 says, plus Chem 71. Zero Gaming says, no. Black Spot Alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. Zero Gaming says, oh cool. Zero Gaming says, wait a hit. Zero Gaming says, how? Zero Gaming says, look. Laupaklua 12 says, I want apple. It's Aljay says, OMGG. It's Aljay says, yes. Trivia question. What do you need for a snow golem? Shrubby Stu says, can someone give me a lot of dirt? Tara S12 says, how many? Shrubby Stu says, im to lazy. Tara S12 says, bruh. Shrubby Stu says, wait. It's Aljay says, look the stream. It's Aljay says, stream can see us yay. It's Aljay says, I mean. Zero Gaming says, ye I see it. It's Aljay says, see her skin. Tara S12 says, oh yeah, Zerigamin can I buy 1 elytra? Shrubby Stu says, how far can a block of water reach? Shrubby Stu says, in a farmland. It's Aljay says, thank you Hoobs. It's Aljay says, I am happy. It's AOJ says, 3. It's Aljay says, GTG on now, D. Tara S12 says, Zerigamin can I buy 1 elytra? Zero Gaming says, offer. Tara S12 says, material resource. Zero Gaming says, like. Tara S12 says, spruce and cobblestone. Shrubby Stu says, how do you input our country BTW? It's Happy 14 says, I simp for Kanye West. Zero Gaming says, Terra S12 says, or anything. Terra S12 says, what do you want? Zero Gaming says, id. Zero Gaming says, offer. Terra S12 says, 1 stack of emerald block. Zero Gaming says, okay. Terra S12 says, and 48 XP bottle. Trivia question: how do you make a nether portal? Zero Gaming says, I'm sure. Welcome Regalgas, like and subscribe. Zero Gaming says, nether spawn. It's Happy 14 says, how does Blexbot vote? Terra S12 says, meet at nether spawn. Terra S12 says, yeah? Welcome back big brothers, glad you could join us again. Welcome Audie, like and subscribe. Terra S12 says 1.20. Blexbot alert, it's for Bedrock and JAVA. Welcome back Lobby, glad you could join us again. Blexbot alert, support us, subscribe, and like. It's Happy 14 says, sharpness book. Zero Gaming says, mending. Terra S12 says, let's go tie. Laupaklua 12 says, every book. It's Happy 14 says, there should be a. It's Happy 14 says, netherite command. Laupaklua 12 says, cool down one day. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, maybe an hour. It's Happy 14 says, not a full day. It's Happy 14 says, oh yay? It's Happy 14 says, how about ancient debris? Laupaklua 12 says, diamond me. Zero Gaming says, not possible. Trivia question. What do you need to create a jukebox in Minecraft? Zero Gaming says, I can just spam alt with it. Laupaklua 12 says, how about dirt? Zero Gaming says, I mean. Zero Gaming says, you. It's Happy 14 says, lol. Zero Gaming says, no I'm not in nether. Laupaklua 12 says, Terra S12 says, let's go now I'm up again. Zero Gaming says, oh. Wow. It's Happy 14 says, 14-year-old with a gun. Laupaklua 12 says, Laupeclua12 says, block placing sound HMMM. Shrubby Stew says, GTG again. Trivia question. What type of potion does a slime drop when defeated? Audi 91,560 for says, Link. It's Happy 14 says, oh now. It's Happy 14 says, what's A at ranked A? Audi 91,560 for says, Link Audi _ the guy. Laupeclua12 says, 24 hours probably. It's Happy 14 says, what's the command for it? It's Happy 14 says, Otai? Laupeclua12 says, IDK. Blexbot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like.
Wow.
Zero Gaming says, why? Laupeklua 12 says, I wanna met you. It's Happy 14 says, Ik where PH lives. Trivia question. What's required to craft a tripwire hook in Minecraft? Laupeklua 12 says, and Kane tilde tilde. Laupeklua 12 says, kill. Zero Gaming says, Audi 91564 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, in that case, I'm not telling you. Laupeklua 12 says, if I don't say full, Happy will think different. Laupeklua 12 says, it's Happy 14 says, nah. It's Happy 14 says, I thought kill. Laupeklua 12 says, I wanna kiss myself. Laupeklua 12 says, lol.
Wow.
Laupeklua 12 says, I actually wanna come, and Laupeklua 12 says, visit. Laupeklua 12 says, like you did. Laupeklua 12 says, with invisible potion. Laupeklua 12 says, It's Happy 14 says, what? Zero Gaming says, hi. It's Happy 14 says, hi. Lau Paklua 12 says, so small. It's Happy 14 says,
wow.
Only for members. It's Happy 14 says, for free or. Trivia question. Does the smithing table upgrade gear? It's Happy 14 says, I would, but I can't. Lau Paklua 12 says, Omao. It's Happy 14 says. Lau Paklua 12 says, that 99C is 29 rupees for me. Lau Paklua 12 says. Zero Gaming says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, Wits RS. Lau Paklua 12 says, I gifted Aaron membership. It's Happy 14 says, ooh, but I don't think anyone would bother gifting me. Lau Paklua 12 says, and he did not say thanks. Lau Paklua 12 says. It's Happy 14 says, oh. Lau Paklua 12 says, he was very inactive. It's Happy 14 says, OJ. It's Happy 14 says, look. Lau Paklua 12 says, lucky user law. Lau Paklua 12 says, I will do again soon. Black Spot Alert, support us, subscribe, and like. It's Happy 14 says, you see this. Lau Paklua 12 says, I love spending money. Lau Paklua 12 says, that I earn by myself. It's Happy 14 says, WHY. Laupaklua12 says, yes. It's Happy14 says, stop overacting. I kidnapped your husband. So what? Laupaklua12 says, I do marketing. Laupaklua12 says, Laupaklua12 says, that why you got 1k likes. Laupaklua12 says, lol. Trivia question. What's required to make a potion of night vision? It's Happy14 says, you hack the likes. Laupaklua12 says, he already know. Laupaklua12 says, lol. It's Happy14 says, oh cool. Laupaklua12 says, I did not hack. Laupaklua12 says, I placed wrong. Laupaklua12 says, it's Happy14 says, WB Apple. Kyle Play says, Tie Rat. It's Happy14 says, A. It's Happy14 says, don't call me rat greater than O. Kyle Play says, don't call me apple greater than O. It's Happy14 says, all roller. Kyle Play says, shush dog. It's Happy14 says, yes. It's Happy14 says, not orange, not salad, but. It's Happy14 says, dog. It's Happy14 says, what? It's Happy14 says, the. It's Happy14 says, flip. It's Happy14 says, I found smth. Kyle Play says, what? It's Happy14 says, oh my god. It's Happy14 says, ho. Welcome back, Kyle. Glad you could join us again. Kyle Plays says, it's Happy14 says, OMGGGGGGGG. Kyle Play says, yeah, I have a donkey called Harold 3. It's Happy 14 says, I'm gonna kill it and tear it limb to limb. It's Happy 14 says, It's Happy 14 says, also cute 3. Kyle Play says, Hoy! Trivia question. What's the main use of a converter? It's Happy 14 says, Hoy! Kyle Play says, where is it? Kyle Play says, or have you ate it already? Kyle Play says, WB. It's Happy 14 says, I ate it, 3. It's Happy 14 says, WBOJ. It's OJ says, Kyle. It's OJ says, can you see Happy skin? Kyle Play says, yay, I just realized lol. It's OJ says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, what am I? Kyle Play says, how? Kyle Play says, emo. Lao Paklua 12 says, is she see? Lao Paklua 12 says, lol. Kyle Play says, with no trousers on. It's Happy 14 says, finally. It's Happy 14 says, I just have short pants. It's Happy 14 says, wait. It's Happy 14 says, Call, I have a surprise for you. It's Happy 14 says, burp. Kyle Play says, bro, they're like 1 pixel, _o. Lao Paklua 12 says, wow, bro, gonna dress. Lao Paklua 12 says, to get married. Lao Paklua 12 says. It's OJ says. Kyle Play says, did Hoobs make it, so we can see Bedrock skins? It's OJ says, yes. Lao Paklua 12 says, I gave him $99 and be fixed. It's OJ says, WHAT. Black Spot alert, subscribe, and like if you're enjoying. Lao Paklua 12 says. Lao Paklua 12 says, lol. Kyle Play says, like 99 cents. Lao Paklua 12 says, $99.99. It's OJ says, F. Kyle Play says, bruh. Lao Paklua 12 says, JKLMAO. Kyle Play says, did you actually? It's OJ says. Kyle Play says, NVM. It's OJ says, bro, Trina grow his nose. Lao Paklua 12 says, I only asked 2 times. Lao Paklua 12 says. It's OJ says, oh. Welcome back 18HO. Glad you could join us again. Kyle Play says, YBC we could see Bedrock skins before idquai he removed it. Kyle Play says, Steve. Kyle Play says, not Steve on tab though. Lau Paklua 12 says, my beacon is level to yay. It's Happy 14 says, Imma Steve. It's Happy 14 says, grr. Lau Paklua 12 says, LMAO. Kyle Play says, look. Lau Paklua 12 says, Blackspot is Java. Kyle Play says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, what about now? Lau Paklua 12 says, AOJ was calling you Steve. Lau Paklua 12 says, it's Happy 14 says, congrats 18 ho. It's Happy 14 says, anyways like my skin now. Welcome back Cosmo Channel Greaves. Glad you could join us again. Trivia question. What block is used to create an end portal frame? It's Happy 14 says, good. Lau Paklua 12 says, I wanna buy Happy membership. Lau Paklua 12 says. It's Happy 14 says, sure go ahead. It's Happy 14 says, anyways where was I? Lau Paklua 12 says, Butteruck. Kyle Play says, what's the surprise? It's Al J says, WB. It's Happy 14 says, follow me. Lau Paklua 12 says, WB. 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 Lau Paklua 12 says, lol. Kyle Play says, no. It's Ao J says, don't spam. Zero Gaming says, tie. Lau Paklua 12 says, okay, underscore. Lau Paklua 12 says, so we. Lau Paklua 12 says. It's Happy 14 says, wait. It's Happy 14 says, Idquare is my base. It's Happy 14 says. Kyle Play says, donkey. Kyle Play says, oops. It's Happy 14 says, rip. It's Ao J says, be well soon Cosmo. It's Happy 14 says, you. Kyle Play says, I tamed it. Lau Paklua 12 says, get well soon bro. It's Happy 14 says, can you see my skin? Kyle Play says, no. It's Ao J says, no. It's Ao J says, happy. It's Ao J says, did you use main IP? It's Ao J says, not backup. It's Happy 14 says, what's the main IP? It's Ao J says. It's Ao J says, br.hoobs. It's Happy 14 says, burv. It's Happy 14 says, burb. Lau Paklua 12 says, so small from sky. Kyle Play says, Stevie. It's Aoj says, happy. Laupaklua 12 says, I saw something. It's Aoj says, Seve. It's Aoj says, Steve 8. It's Happy 14 says, now. It's Aoj says, no. Laupaklua 12 says, in distance. Kyle Play says, no. It's Aoj says, happy. It's Aoj says, what IP did you say? It's Aoj says, use asterisk. It's Happy 14 says, br.hoobs.live. It's Aoj says, lemma check. It's Happy 14 says, haha. It's Happy 14 says, Kyle can't see me. Trivia question. What dimension is hazardous with lava? Kyle Play says, I was looking for things to kill. Sven Y says, I have Hoobs Live hostage. It's Aoj says, br.hoobs.live:19314. Laupaklua 12 says, where you guys at? It's Aoj says, use this IP. It's Aoj says, like main IP. It's Happy 14 says, okay. Zero Gaming says, oh. Laupaklua 12 says, I can see Zero Xbox account. Zero Gaming says, ooh. Zero Gaming says, Kyle Play says, Steve. It's Aoj says, still not working. It's Aoj says. It's Happy 14 says, grr. It's Happy 14 says, lemma try from backup. It's Aoj says, K. Laupaklua 12 says, and it turned into Java like Aoj. Laupaklua 12 says. It's Aoj says, Dimamau. Kyle Play says, Steve. Zero Gaming says, how to remove place. It's Aoj says, not Steve. It's Happy 14 says, grr. It's Aoj says, it worked for Happy. It's Happy 14 says, finally. It's Happy 14 says, what am I now? Laupaklua 12 says, do a abandon claims. Kyle Play says, Steve. Laupaklua 12 says. It's Aoj says, no. It's Aoj says, happy. Kyle Play says, for me yes. Zero Gaming says, lol. Zero Gaming says, how to remove place. It's Aoj says, remove. It's Aoj says, NVM. It's Aoj says, no. It's Aoj says, delete. It's Aoj says, delete. It's Aoj says, NVM. Blackspot alert, subscribe, and like for more. It's Aoj says, idcow. Kyle Play says, LMAO. It's Aoj says, there's no way. Zero Gaming says, remove place. It's Happy 14 says, skull. Zero Gaming says, remove face too. Laupaklua 12 says, remove Kim 71. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. It's Aoj says. Zero Gaming says, remove plus face too. Kyle Play says, a Steve for me though. It's Happy 14 says, staring contest. Kyle Play says, look. Laupaklua 12 says, delete Aoj_base. Kyle Play says, I see it on stream. It's Aoj says, oh. Zero Gaming says. It's Aoj says, happy is Steve. It's Aoj says, idcow. It's Happy 14 says, bruh. It's Aoj says, happy what did you do? Kyle Play says, look. It's Happy 14 says, time to rejoin for the 60th time. Zero Gaming says, maximum of place. It's OJ says, dim. Zero Gaming says, I mean. Zero Gaming says, is. Zero Gaming says, id. It's OJ says. Kyle Play says, emo. Kyle Play says, no wrath. It's Happy 14 says, now, VA 1 over 1, 1 over 1, 1 over 1, January 1st day 1. It's Happy 14 says, oops. Kyle Play says, an emo now. Welcome back Arthur M. Glad you could join us again. Trivia question. What do you need to create a target block? Zero Gaming says, how to change the name of place. It's OJ says, idka 3. It's Happy 14 says, gra. It's OJ says, I'll DM Hoobs. Kyle Play says, remove it and do it again. Welcome back Happy on Laptop. Glad you could join us again. Zero Gaming says, no idea. Lau Paklua 12 says, who know about the mod better than wolves. Kyle Play says, dim pig. It's Happy 14 says, lel. It's Happy 14 says, he gone. It's Happy 14 says, ha 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 ha. It's Happy 14 says, im safe. It's Happy 14 says, my pets are safe. It's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide. It's Happy 14 says, nuu. Lau Paklua 12 says, 3 girls. Lau Paklua 12 says, at least Blackspot is male LMAO. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, Kyle is male too. It's Happy 14 says, I thin'll. It's Happy 14 says, I think. Kyle Play says, yes lol. Lau Paklua 12 says, I'm trying to starve. Zero Gaming says, ooh. Kyle Play says, yum. It's Happy 14 says, new. It's Happy 14 says, Aller Kyle. Kyle Play says, It's Happy 14 says, what color is my shirt? Kyle Play says, oh. It's Happy 14 says. Kyle Play says, black. It's Happy 14 says, black and gray. Kyle Play says, striped yay. It's Happy 14 says, good. It's Happy 14 says, that means you see me. Kyle Play says, I couldn't see the rat though. It's Happy 14 says, let it be. Lao Paklua 12 says, anyone have leather. It's Happy 14 says, Hoobs don't want me to be rat. It's Happy 14 says, so I'm better off being emo. Welcome back Age for 3. Glad you could join us again. Kyle Play says, emo rat. Trivia question. What does an observer block detect? It's Happy 14 says, oh ye. It's Happy 14 says, the surprise. It's Happy 14 says, follow me. Zero Gaming says, brah I changed the face to 7 times. It's J says. It's Happy 14 says, go in. Kyle Play says, no I've had that surprise before. Zero Gaming says, rip. Kyle Play says, bread. It's Happy 14 says, at least bro didn't take my loot. It's Happy 14 says, oh my god bread. Lao Paklua 12 says, Blackspot was not watching. Lao Paklua 12 says, lol. Zero Gaming says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, her are you? Kyle Play says, invisible. Zero Gaming says, tie. It's J says, you. Kyle Play says, lol. It's J says, hey twin. Kyle Play says, lift her head up. It's Happy 14 says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, hello Ajmets. Kyle Play says, P. Blackspot alert, your support counts, subscribe, and like. It's Happy 14 says, Kylie. Zero Gaming says. It's Happy 14 says, I'm gonna call you Kylie. Kyle Play says, Sadie. It's Happy 14 says, because you have long hair. It's Happy 14 says, on your skin. Kyle Play says, I don't have long hair. It's Happy 14 says, the suit thing. Lao Paklua 12 says, Eon Bear. It's Happy 14 says, also it looks like you're taking off the coat. It's Happy 14 says, or you cutted it. Kyle Play says, Sadie Emo. It's Happy 14 says, Noo. Kyle Play says, Sadie Emo Rat. Zero Gaming says. It's Happy 14 says, Shrek X Brandon. It's Happy 14 says, oh my god. It's Happy 14 says, you can fly. It's Happy 14 says, so epic. It's Happy 14 says, 1. It's Happy 14 says, 2. Trivia question. How to cure a zombie villager? It's Happy 14 says, I dare you to catch me, D. Zero Gaming says, so. It's Al-J says, so. Zero Gaming says, ick. It's Happy 14 says, how did you know clip? It's Happy 14 says, O_O. Kyle Play says, what? Kyle Play says, I was in the doorway. It's Happy 14 says, you walked through the door. It's Happy 14 says, get in. Kyle Play says, stop trying to trap me. It's Happy 14 says, or else. Kyle Play says, or else. Kyle Play says, go ahead, greater than. It's Happy 14 says, I'm so evil. Kyle Play says, icker. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, E. Zero Gaming says, no idea. Kyle Play says, here. Kyle Play says, brother's blind. It's Happy 14 says, I'm a girl. It's Happy 14 says, GRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR says, asterisk bites you asterisk. It's Happy 14 says, ha 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 enjoy rat poison. Laupaklua 12 says, whoa. Kyle Play says, asterisk declines rabies asterisk. Laupaklua 12 says, that means. It's Happy 14 says, how dare you. Laupaklua 12 says. Laupaklua 12 says. It's Happy 14 says, WB Smurf Cat. Zero Gaming says, WB. Kyle Play says, let our children roam free. Lau Peklua 12 says, I'm only India here. Ajmets 43 says, Thai. It's J says, 0. It's Happy 14 says, in the only British here. Zero Gaming says, oh. It's J says, wanna beat Hubasuru. Kyle Play says, in British. Zero Gaming says, no. Lau Paklua 12 says, who Bajar Law. It's Happy 14 says, oh year. It's J says, law. It's Happy 14 says, ye. Zero Gaming says, not possible. It's Happy 14 says, Ireland thingy. It's Happy 14 says, why did I say thingy? It's Happy 14 says, I'm moving on. Kyle Play says, Northern Ireland. Zero Gaming says, we will just die even we wear netherite. Lau Peklua 12 says, Clan Top. It's J says, alright. Lau Peklua 12 says, Clan. Trivia question. What item locates strongholds? It's J says, can I risk on my own? D. It's Happy 14 says, kicks you. Kyle Play says, let her children out. Lau Paklua 12 says, broken. It's Happy 14 says, throws you to the moon. Zero Gaming says, in the Hubas Mom possible, we can beat him using iron stuff. Lau Paklua 12 says, clan not working. Kyle Play says, Odin calling social services. It's J says, alright. Zero Gaming says. Kyle Play says, let them out. It's Happy 14 says, watch this. Welcome back Lazalas. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, say bye to your newborn. Kyle Play says, it's baby. Welcome back AY. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, I don't car. It's Happy 14 says, E. Kyle Play says, happy on laptop. Welcome back East Defes. Glad you could join us again. Zero Gaming says, anyone knows how to summon Huba's mom. Kyle Play says, you just murdered her own child. It was 23 seconds old. It's Happy 14 says, shut up Kylie greater than O. Welcome back Toothless Black. Glad you could join us again. Lau Paklua 12 says, Hoobsmo. Lau Paklua 12 says, law. Lau Paklua 12 says, Huba. Lau Paklua 12 says, Omao. Blackspot alert. Be part of our family. Subscribe and like. It's Happy 14 says, I wonder why Nick Dunst get on. Zero Gaming says, it's Happy 14 says, he just tries to ship us and then leave. Kyle Play says, Hoobs already spawned. It's Happy 14 says, yeah Huba is there. Kyle Play says, who Nick? It's Happy 14 says, Nick 1407. It's Happy 14 says, aka Shrek. Kyle Play says, yay lol. Kyle Play says, Shrek Brandon. It's Happy 14 says, can you give me netherite boots or synth just for a sec? Kyle Play says, why? It's J says, anyone can do. Huba. Lau Paklua 12 says, B. It's Happy 14 says, I wanna get the cover me in debris thing. It's J says, greater than sad face. It's Happy 14 says, achievement. It's Happy 14 says, whatever it's called. Fzero Gaming says, ooh. It's Alj says, Fzero can you do Hooba? It's Happy 14 says, tie, D. Kyle Play says, D. It's Happy 14 says, Suwa. It's Happy 14 says, now war. It's Happy 14 says, how dare you feed me raw stuff? It's Happy 14 says, grr. Kyle Play says, rats eat anything, greater than. It's Happy 14 says, yeah? It's Happy 14 says, that's why I'm gonna eat you. Trivia question, best tool for fast or mining? It's Happy 14 says, come here. Laupaklua 12 says. Kyle Play says, new. Laupaklua 12 says, man someone eated all debris. It's Happy 14 says, oohs. It's Happy 14 says, It's Happy 14 says, I see you. It's Happy 14 says, Omao I never used a trident. It's Alj says, burp. It's Happy 14 says, I have no idea how this works. Fzero Gaming says, okay? Kyle Play says, let them be free. It's Happy 14 says, why is Pet Aloj written on the sign? It's Happy 14 says, since when was Aloj my kid? Kyle Play says, on the back www. It's Happy 14 says, dim www. Kyle Play says, that's what was on the back. It's Happy 14 says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, dang. Fzero Gaming says, Aloj no. Kyle Play says, can you get her head now? It's Happy 14 says, eats it up. Fzero Gaming says, don't. Fzero Gaming says, fight. Kyle Play says, yay. Kyle Play says, emo. Fzero Gaming says, the Hooba. It's Happy 14 says, yes. It's Happy 14 says, im so emo roar. Fzero Gaming says, totems. It's Happy 14 says, do you like my new look? Kyle Play says, no. It's Happy 14 says, how dare you? Kyle Play says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, oh. Kyle Play says, chk. It's Happy 14 says, asterisk transforms into Superman. Kyle Play says, is that her old skin? Trivia question. What is the primary function of a smithing table? Kyle Play says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, nope. Kyle Play says, Ulysses. It's Happy 14 says, it's Alyssa's head. Laupaklua 12 says, it's Happy 14 says, oh ye, and can I have your head too, in collecting player heads? Laupaklua 12 says, Zero Gaming says, bruh. Kyle Play says, can I have hers too? Laupaklua 12 says, you on him you on. Zero Gaming says, it's Happy 14 says, sure. Laupaklua 12 says, Kyle Play says, nitrogen monoxide. Kyle Play says, gimme emo one. Kyle Play says, it'll give you more. Kyle Play says, tie. Laupaklua 12 says, I have crush and I cannot tell her lol. It's Happy 14 says, LMAO. It's Happy 14 says, that's so cursed. It's Happy 14 says, wait. It's Happy 14 says, screening. It's Happy 14 says, Laupaklua 12 says, this TED is different. Laupaklua 12 says, text. It's Happy 14 says, did you take it? Kyle Play says, yeah? It's Happy 14 says, DM me it. Blackspot alert, show your love, subscribe, and like. It's Happy 14 says, now. It's Happy 14 says, raw. Laupaklua 12 says, my base cursed. Laupaklua 12 says, is. Zero Gaming says, wait, you build it wrong. It's Alj says, nah. Laupaklua 12 says, at .itzAOJ. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. It's Alj says, didn't work. Laupaklua 12 says, at Kyle Plays. It's Alj says, at .itz. It's Alj says, oh. It's Alj says, rip. Zero Gaming says, Laupaklua 12 says, at .lalpekhlua 12. It's Happy 14 says, at .itzAOJ. Laupaklua 12 says, at here. Laupaklua12 says, come at here. Laupaklua12 says, joke. Laupaklua12 says, don't come. Zero Gaming says, wait. It's Happy 14 says, Ingle my head fits your skin. Kyle Play says, oh wow. It's Happy 14 says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, that's perfect now. It's Happy 14 says, cursed. It's Happy 14 says, I might change my user to it's May 14. It's Happy 14 says, 'cause it's my Earl name. Laupaklua 12 says, I'm gonna invite Afton I feel lonely. It's Happy 14 says, P. It's Happy 14 says, why is my PFP an anim girl? Kyle Plays says, don't you have to pay? It's Happy 14 says, I'm too lazy to change it. It's Happy 14 says, pay what? Kyle Plays says, to change your name on Bedrock. It's Happy 14 says, ye? It's Happy 14 says, but AIDC. It's Happy 14 says, I'll beg my dad. Kyle Play says, £8. It's Happy 14 says, again. It's Happy 14 says, and again. It's Happy 14 says, and again. It's Happy 14 says. It's Happy 14 says, actually I've changed it before. It's Happy 14 says, my old user used to be. It's Happy 14 says, NVM to cringe. Kyle Play says, tell me right now. Zero Gaming says, are you just beating the Hooba? It's Happy 14 says, HHHH. It's Happy 14 says, ick. Laupaklua 12 says, she not responding probably busy, see. Kyle Play says, yays. Zero Gaming says, I will just get her stuff if you die there, and give it back. It's Happy 14 says, ick. It's Happy 14 says, it was. It's Happy 14 says. Kyle Play says, tell me. It's Happy 14 says, happy hand 1-4. Trivia question. What type of material does a blaze drop when defeated? Kyle Play says, hey, it's not that bad really. It's Happy 14 says, but still. It's Happy 14 says, my oldest account was named. It's Happy 14 says, Unicorn Sprinkly 093993 for 93. Kyle Play says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, Unicorn Sprinkly 09399. It's Happy 14 says, I was 5. Kyle Plays says, was it on Minecraft? It's Happy 14 says, I don't think so. Laupaklua 12 says, I played Minecraft when I was 7 years old. It's Happy 14 says, same but 6. Kyle Plays says, I was probably 8. Laupaklua 12 says, and I learned all commands. It's Happy 14 says, I didn't know how to sprint lel. It's Happy 14 says, my dad taught me. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. Laupaklua 12 says, my favorite command is execute. Blackspot alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. It's Happy 14 says, do you love me? Dun 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 do a dun 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 din. Do you need me? It's Happy 14 says, that was cringe. Kyle Plays says, no. Kyle Plays says, yes. It's Happy 14 says, that meme is in my head. It's Happy 14 says, rotting. It's Happy 14 says, every second. Kyle Plays says, pig. It's Happy 14 says, WB. Laupaklua 12 says, execute at E-type equals arrow run summon TNT. Laupaklua 12 says, cringe. Zero Gaming says, why? It's LJ says, I didn't die at all. Laupaklua 12 says, and Bro said yes. It's Happy 14 says. Laupaklua 12 says. Kyle Plays says, anyways. Zero Gaming says. It's LJ says, anyways. It's Happy 14 says, It's LJ says, I'm not 7-year-old. Zero Gaming says, if you die Opal will take her stuff. Zero Gaming says, HMM. It's Happy 14 says, M14 lel. Laupaklua 12 says, anyone sing. Zero Gaming says, M14. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, oh my god. It's LJ says, I'm 16. It's LJ says. Kyle Plays says, M15. It's Happy 14 says, same age, 1. It's Happy 14 says, LJ is old. Zero Gaming says. It's Happy 14 says, you're a grandma, LJ. Laupaklua 12 says, Eom 7. It's LJ says, yup. Laupaklua 12 says. Zero Gaming says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, please stop at 3. Kyle Plays says, Shrek Brandon for Eva. Laupaklua 12 says, Eom 14 actually. Laupaklua 12 says, let's beat AOJ lol. Trivia question. What item is used to craft a piston in Minecraft? It's Happy 14 says, it might be 12. It's Happy 14 says, might be 9. It's Happy 14 says, might be 2. Laupaklua 12 says. It's LJ says, might be 0.1. It's Happy 14 says, might be 1 day. Laupaklua 12 says. It's Happy 14 says, might be in your mom's womb. Lau Paklua 12 says, "Oh Mao." Kyle Play says, "O_O." Kyle Play says, "Rabbit." It's Happy 14 says, "Dog." Lau Paklua 12 says, "I feel sad." It's Happy 14 says, "Swai." It's Happy 14 says, "Unai." It's Happy 14 says, "Highway." It's Happy 14 says, "Why?" Kyle Play says, "E." It's Happy 14 says, "E means you're welcome, honey." Kyle Play says, "WHAT." Lau Paklua 12 says, "BCS all my friends has GF." It's Happy 14 says, "You're 14." It's Happy 14 says, "Way too young." It's J says, "FR." Lau Paklua 12 says, "They also same as me." Lau Paklua 12 says, It's J says, "Lol." It's Happy 14 says, "Yeah but." It's Happy 14 says, "We're mostly friends." It's Happy 14 says, "We like to pretend." Lau Paklua 12 says, "My BFF is 17." It's Happy 14 says, "High watery storm smoke." It's Happy 14 says, "Yes." Kyle Play says, "Oh Mao." Lau Paklua 12 says, "Not high." It's Happy 14 says, "Kyle." Kyle Play says, "January." Lau Paklua 12 says, "Not WB." Fiery Storm Cloud says, "Skull." Kyle Play says, "Fiery." It's Happy 14 says, "Am I hot?" Lau Paklua 12 says, Kyle Play says, "No." Fiery Storm Cloud says, "Ayo." Kyle Play says, "Smiley face." It's Happy 14 says, "Correct answer. You're burning." It's Happy 14 says, "Cause." It's J says, "LMAO." It's Happy 14 says, "I'm burning." It's Happy 14 says, "Duh." Trivia question. What item is needed to create a potion of strength? Kyle Play says, "Not hot." Kyle Play says, "Leg." It's Happy14 says, Brandon once said I was a hot as the sun. It's OJ says T. It's Happy14 says, and I sent him a SIM card gif. It's Happy14 says, OJ. Laupaclua12 says, Af, don't come to my base. It's Happy14 says, what kind of username is ability opportunity jump? It's Happy14 says, did you get it from Bing? Kyleplay says, LOL. It's OJ says, me. Blackspot alert, subscribe, and like if you're enjoying. It's OJ says, oh. It's OJ says, nah. It's Happy14 says, yes you. It's Happy14 says, then. It's OJ says, ick. It's Happy14 says, was it 3 a.m.? It's OJ says, 3 p.m. It's Happy14 says, 3 a.m. It's Happy14 says, in the night. It's Happy14 says, what am I talking about ATM? It's Happy14 says, ATP. It's Happy14 says, my cat just coughed up a hairball on my leg. It's Happy14 says, burp. Kyleplay says, delicious. It's Happy14 says, IMAF. Kyleplay says, or not. Zero Gaming says, RIP. Trivia question. What does an observer block detect? Laupaklua 12 says, back. It's Happy 14 says, grr. It's Happy 14 says, how dare you disappear, Kylie? Fiery Storm Cloud says, Kylie'll map. Fiery Storm Cloud says, Omao asterisk. It's Happy 14 says, Icker. It's Happy 14 says, watery storm smoke. Fiery Storm Cloud says, watery storm smoke, Amal. It's Happy 14 says, yep. Fiery Storm Cloud says, are Iron Golem's eyes red, or is this my texture pack? Fiery Storm Cloud says, look. Fiery Storm Cloud says, oh okay, it's normal. Kyle Plays says, you okay, Malcolm? Welcome back, Dylan. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, I'm dead. Kyle Play says, RIP. Laupaklua 12 says, Teams Grank. Trivia question: how do you tame a wolf? Laupaklua 12 says, Shmodar X. It's Happy 14. Zero Gaming says, AOJ. It's Happy 14 says, UOL. It's AOJ says, incoming. It's AOJ says, with arrow. Laupaklua 12 says, /it's Happy 14. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, what? Laupaklua 12 says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, you. It's Happy 14 says, no. It's AOJ says, you. Kyle Play says, base is a bit messy BTW. It's Happy 14 says, I know. Zero Gaming says, look. Laupaklua 12 says, no one is in my land. Laupaklua 12 says, only me. It's Happy 14 says, I just want to make some Kyle BBG. It's Happy 14 says, sad face. It's Happy 14 says, BBQ ***. It's Happy 14 says, why did it autocorrect? It's Happy 14 says, I hate Grammarly by. Kyle Play says, ick. Flexbot alert, show your love, subscribe, and like. Kyle Play says, new. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. Kyle Play says, lol. Laupaklua 12 says, I use GoBoard. Zero Gaming says, lag. It's Happy 14 says, cool. It's Happy 14 says, meow. Kyle Play says, mayo. It's Happy 14 says, meow. Laupaklua 12 says, does anyone have granite? It's Happy 14 says, nah. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I'd check, but I'm in the nether. Kyle Play says, WBB. It's Happy 14 says, oh look your friend's back. It's Happy 14 says, yay. Zero Gaming says, I think. It's Happy 14 says, I'ma work on some builds, greater than. Fiery Stormcloud says, is anyone else getting a load of lag on the server today? Dill4N says, tie. Kyle Play says, good you base needs its smiley face. Kyle Play says, asterisk. Laupaklua 12 says, I'm not lagging. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. Welcome back Volcano 6000. Glad you could join us again. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I'm just asking cause my internet seems to be fine. I'm only lagging on here lol. Trivia question. How to cure a zombie villager? It's Happy 14 says, Sami TWT. It's Happy 14 says, same asterisk. It's Happy 14 says, I need a teammate. It's Happy 14 says, how do I find one? Laupaclua 12 says, Kyle. Kyle Play says, yes. Laupaclua 12 says, I'm gonna go on adventures. Kyle Play says, oh. Laupaclua 12 says, explore people base. It's Happy 14 says, the Hoobs Discord server is also gone. Kyle Play says, you have to have a membership to talk in it. Fiery Storm Cloud says, damn it, Kyle. It's Happy 14 says, ye sad face. It's Happy 14 says, oop, your friend left. Kyle Play says, yay. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I finally find soul sand. Fiery Storm Cloud says, it's in your claim asterisk. It's Happy 14 says, prompted from boredom or It's Happy 14 says, like me. It's Happy 14 says, D. Laupaclua 12 says, you guys are hiding. Kyle Play says, do you need help, Happy? It's Happy 14 says, 5,000 no cord. It's Happy 14 says, yeah, but not in game. Kyle Play says, WDYM. It's Happy 14 says, HOMEWORK. Kyle Play says, oh. Fiery Storm Cloud says, you. It's Happy 14 says, he joined just after you came to my base. It's Happy 14 says, better catch him. It's Happy 14 says, actually Imago netherite hunting. Dilfor says, no. Kyle Play says, okay. Trivia question. In which dimension is the Ender Dragon found? It's Out J says, oh my god. It's Out J says, I need arrow. It's Out J says, oh my god. Zero Gaming says, okay. Lau Peklua 12 says, cool wool farm lol. Lau Peklua 12 says, so many would Eom gonna steal all. DYLL for N says, hi. Dill for N says, oi. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, and like. Lau Peklua 12 says, all are claimed, underscore. It's Happy 14 says, wow. Kyle Play says, Nick. Kyle Play says, Ist. It's Happy 14 says, Imma just be afk reading chats. Kyle Play says, Shrek Nick X Brandon. Dill for N says, you what? It's Happy 14 says, what's a weds? Dill for N says, no. It's Happy 14 says, BRB ma Google. Fiery Storm Cloud says, weds. Fiery Storm Cloud says, like Mary, I guess. It's Happy 14 says, Nick just shush. Kyle Plays says, It's Happy 14 says, shush. Dill for N says, bro what? It's Happy 14 says, TVT. Lau Peklua 12 says, spy mode equals on. It's Happy 14 says, someone report this guy to Hoobs. Kyle Play says, Nick equals attention seeker FR. Kyle Play says, attention asterisk. Lau Peklua 12 says, look. Zero Gaming says, trivia question. What type of potion does a witch drop when defeated? It's OJ says, idk. It's Happy 14 says, O_O. Fiery Storm Cloud says, look. Zero Gaming says, arrow. Zero Gaming says, I have 5 stacks of arrow. It's Happy 14 says, guys just ignore Nick. Lau Paklua 12 says, Ik blue namatic. Kyle Play says, hi. Zero Gaming says, oh. Zero Gaming says, wait. It's Happy 14 says, mew. It's Happy 14 says, ah. Dill4N says, plu. Lau Paklua 12 says, look. It's Happy 14 says, Imma disappear now. Kyle Play says, new. It's Happy 14 says, bye ee. Fiery Storm Cloud says, take care. Zero Gaming says, check stream. Kyle Play says, CIAA. Lau Paklua 12 says, A. It's Happy 14 says, tie you to Fiery. It's Happy 14 says, see ya. It's J says. Dill4N says, Kyle. Dill4N says, Kyle. Kyle Play says. Kyle Play says, you have 1 bar. Dill4N says, how much would Highland sell for? Kyle Play says, why are you selling it? Fiery Storm Cloud says, watching Dill4N on the stream is painful now. Dill4N says, it's ugly. Kyle Play says, yeah, I don't think anyone would really want it. Dill4N says, I'm playing on mobile RN, don't judgy. Dill4N says, I'll blow it up. Trivia question, which biome has colorful clay? Kyle Play says, how'd it's underwater lol. DYLL4N says, it. Dill for N says, I want the claim for other stuff. Dill for N says, claim blocks. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I just fell backwards off my chair. Lau Paklua 12 says, I'm checking someone base. Fiery Storm Cloud says, Omao. Black Spot Alert, aim for greatness, subscribe, and like. It's Al J says, sheesh. Dill for N says, soup. Lau Paklua 12 says, I think no one here. Fiery Storm Cloud says, Mizo. Dill for N says, I don't have a shovel. Lau Paklua 12 says, is someone coming? Kyle Play says, bruh. Kyle Play says, did you get one? Kyle Play says, come. Dill for N says, ye? Dill for N says, I already claimed it, Goofy. Kyle Play says, no. Kyle Play says, you can remove the road if you want. Trivia question. What item is used to make a potion of swiftness? Dill for N says, no. Kyle Play says, yes. Kyle Play says, bruh. Kyle Play says, what was that? Zero Gaming says, LOJ are gonna beat Hooba again. Kyle Play says, new. It's LJ says, why? Kyle Play says, this corner. Kyle Play says, move it back. Dill4N says, what? Kyle Play says, the climb. Kyle Play says, now this one. Dill4N says, yay? Dill4N says, kill the ops. It's LJ says, nah. Kyle Play says, move this corner. Kyle Play says, over here's all unclaimed if you want it too. Dill4N says, Plant Factory. Dill4N says, where? Kyle Play says, here. Kyle Play says, you were floating. Trivia question. What's created when water and lava meet? Laupeklua12 says, I cannot sprint, I'm starving. Fiery Storm Cloud says, F. Laupeklua12 says, M. Laupeklua12 says, Dill4N says, got it. Kyleplay says, yay. Kyleplay says, are you gonna live in the plant factory? Dill4N says, no. Blackspot alert, aim for greatness, subscribe, and like. Zero Gaming says, wait. Dill4N says, Ema make a big mansion cuss. Dill4N says, or some. Kyleplay says, ooh. Laupeklua12 says, PLS, shovel me. Laupeklua12 says, I'm gonna claim land here lol. Laupeklua12 says, I have 5,000 blocks left. Trivia question. What do you need to create a potion of regeneration? It's Aljay says T. Fiery Storm Cloud says, oh my god the lag. Kyleplay says, lag. It's Aljay says, oh my god. Zero Gaming says, lag. Zero Gaming says, bruh. It's J says arrow. Dil for N says arrow. Zero Gaming says brew. Zero Gaming says I throw in the lava. Dil for N says brew. It's J says oh my god. Kyle Play says ratty. Fiery Storm Cloud says Dil for N says it's J says WOAH. It's J says WHAT. Fiery Storm Cloud says damn. It's J says congrats. Zero Gaming says Zero Gaming says BRB. Lau Peklua 12 says, I'm thinking which land should I play? Dil for N says pigeon. Kyle Clay says pig out. Dil for N says pig out. Trivia question. What item is used to make a potion of swiftness? Fiery Storm Cloud says 18. Dil for N says ye. Dill for N says, there better be a Christmas event this year, cuss, there was to Halloween. Blackspot alert! Join us, subscribe, and like. Kyle Play says, I think they only do events like who can kill the most sniffers now. Dill for N says, but KB stick. It's J says, hi happy. It's J says, greater than O. It's J says, yippee. Welcome back, Kingsby9. Glad you could join us again. Fiery Storm Cloud says, hi. Trivia question. Does the smithing table upgrade gear? Wow. Laupaclua12 says, thanks. Welcome back SB999. Glad you could join us again. Fiery Storm Cloud says, tie.
Wow.
Fiery Storm Cloud says, trivia question. What's created when water and lava meet? Fiery Storm Cloud says, I don't know. I have pretty bad anxiety, so. Dill4N says, Shrubby Stew says, country. Shrubby Stew says, country ID. Shrubby Stew says, link. Black Spot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. Shrubby Stu says, link. It's Al J says, can anyone give me bad_omen? It's Al J says. It's AOJ says, tie 3. Kyle Play says, NP, D. It's Al J says, D. Welcome back, Snurklas. Glad you could join us again. It's Al J says, tie. It's Al J says, but I don't need it, thank you, D. Kyle Play says, tie. Lal Paklua 12 says, time FKR music. Trivia question. What item is needed to create a potion of strength? Lal Paklua 12 says, C for 18, cat. It's Al J says, W beef 0. Zero Gaming says, tie. It's Al J says, U. Shrubby Stu says, I found iron before coal. Dill for N says, Kyle. Kyle Plays says, Fiery Storm Cloud says, coal can be a pain to find in 1.2 lol. Dill for N says, why did you remove the roads to our old base? Zero Gaming says, ooh. Kyle Play says, BCZ am not going to be using it anymore, and I needed the glowstone. It's out Jay says, you want glowstone? Kyle Play says, nope. Kyle Play says, I did. It's out Jay says, oh now. Kyle Play says, but I have enough now. It's out Jay says, all right, greater than. Dill for N says, Rue. Kyle Play says, my new base. Dill for N says, where's that? Laupaklua 12 says, I feel very lonely, I'm gonna try inviting my friend again. Kyle Play says, if we're at the nether spawn tree, go to the road opposite the 8-ball direction. Kyle Play says, 774. Kyle Play says, minus 565. Dill for N says, okay. Laupaklua 12 says, still no respond. DYLL for N says, HM. Trivia question. How do you obtain a music disc in Minecraft? Kyle Play says, in the nether BTW. Dill for N says, crazy. Kyle Play says, crazy. Fiery Storm Cloud says, oof. Dill for N says, oh. Kyle Play says, hi lol. DYLL for N says, hi. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, and like. Kyle Play says, it might not fit. DYLL for N says, Krolt. Kyle Play says, yeah? Dill for N says, will it suffocate? Kyle Play says, there's nothing like behind it. It's open on both sides. Dill for N says, it will die going back through cuss or nether side, isn't both sides. Zero Gaming says, anyone can summon Hooba's mom. It's Al J says, yeah? It's Al J says, can anyone? It's Al J says, D. Dill for N says, trust push. Lau Paklua 12 says, Zero, have you updated your Minecraft? Zero Gaming says, no. Zero Gaming says, 1.20, 12. Dill for N says, small base. Trivia question, what does an observer block detect? Kyle Play says, I haven't really done anything yet apart from storage. It's Al J says, same actually Zero. It's Al J says, on PC. Lau Paklua 12 says, I also have crafting and building. Zero Gaming says, oh. Lau Paklua 12 says, version is 1.20, 10. Welcome back player_me382. Glad you could join us again. Lau Paklua 12 says, I can downgrade if you guys want to play single player world with no cheats. It's Al J says, look. Zero Gaming says, bruh. Lau Paklua 12 says, I have C. Dill for N says, doesn't fit. Dill for N says, Susberry Jam. Lau Paklua 12 says, that spawned diamond in village. Lau Paklua 12 says, and we spawn in village. Lau Paklua 12 says, with ruined portal. Laupaklua12 says, and stronghold near it. Dill4N says, do you have spruce fence? Kyleplay says, yes. Shrubby Stu says, can someone give me loads of dirt? Dill4N says, hang him. Kyleplay says, brah gonna hang the camel. It's J says, I got arrow. It's J says, let's go. Zero Gaming says, is it possible to kill a player in claim using crystal? Kyleplay says, lol. It's J says, lol. It's J says, that's really in Tessitring. It's AOJ says, in Tessiting asterisk. It's J says, It's J says, I can't spell. Zero Gaming says. Kyleplay says, rip camel. Trivia question. How do you obtain ender crystals in Minecraft? Laupaklua12 says, backpan. Laupaklua12 says. Laupaklua12 says. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, and like. Laupakua12 says. Laupakua12 says, wow. Zero Gaming says, burp. Laupakua12 says, kamusta. Laupakua12 says, welcome back Dark D-Lang 3. Glad you could join us again. It's Jay says. It's AOJ says, asterisk and hail asterisk. Kyle Play says, poor camel. Dill4N says, flu. Trivia question. What dimension is hazardous with lava? Laupakua12 says, rip to bro hard work. Laupakua12 says, just give up. Dill4N says, which Harold is this? It's Jay says, nah. Laupakua12 says, only Jackery can kill. Kyle Play says, a reincarnation of Haroldig. Kyle Play says, they're all dead. Welcome back Nicholas R. Glad you could join us again. Kyle Play says, camel's running away. Dill4N says, no. Kyle Play says, yays. It's Jay says, where? Lau Paklua 12 says, Filipino. Lau Paklua 12 says, Tagalog. It's J says, lava. Lau Paklua 12 says, Napakahu sayang zero. Lau Paklua 12 says, Dil4N says, can I borrow this fence? Zero Gaming says, Lau Paklua 1 to nice translate bra. Lau Paklua 12 says, Omao. It's J says, bro someone resets the health on dragon. Lau Paklua 12 says, what did I said? Zero Gaming says, HMM. Lau Paklua 12 says, it's Tagalog. Trivia question. What's the primary use of a loom in Minecraft? Dil4N says, tied camel to the bottom of the lake. Lau Paklua 12 says, Filipino is a form of Tagalog. Kyle Play says, DDD. Zero Gaming says, bruh. Lau Paklua 12 says, ah yes, I have big brain. Zero Gaming says, okay. Lau Paklua 12 says, I have to brain cell. Lau Paklua 12 says, I dropped one last night. Zero Gaming says, okay. Lau Paklua 12 says, now only one. Kyle Play says, don't. Lau Paklua 12 says, lol. Kyle Play says, he'll blow the camel up. Dil4N says, nope. Kyle Play says, yup. King79 says, yo. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Dil4N says, "What's this?" KylePlays says, "It's like a 1/10 built creeper farm." Zero Gaming says, "Why?" Dil4N says, "Who's?" King Sebi9 says, "Yo Kyle." KylePlays says, "Idk." KylePlays says, "But I own it now." King Sebi9 says, "Yo Kyle." KylePlays says, "It's just the bottom part." KylePlays says, "What?" Dil4N says, "Okay." King Sebi9 says, "WSG." Dil4N says, "Kyle." KylePlays says, "Leave it alone." Dil4N says, "This guy been chatting about you." Dil4N says, "He wants to fight." KylePlays says, "Carry." Dil4N says, "Know the golem." Dil4N says, "Omao." Dil4N says, "You trying to drown it." KylePlays says, "Oh no, our camel's trying to escape." Zero Gaming says, "Okay." Trivia question. What do you need for a snow golem? Dil4N says, "Why are base so small?" It's AOJ says, "Health End." It's AOJ says, "Health asterisk." Zero Gaming says, "Oh." KylePlays says, "I've only started to build it." Dil4N says, "No Excuses Highlands was already finished before I moved in." KylePlays says, "Nope, you had to redo the roofs and build the animal cages." Dil4N says, "Nah." Kyle Play says, you up. Dill for N says, you should build a massive mushroom. Laopaclua 12 says, look. Laopaclua 12 says, I feel this cow are doing the thug life. Kyle Play says, maybe. Dill for N says, how can I shoot the horse? Kyle Play says, what horse? Zero Gaming says, check it. Kyle Play says, Harold. Dill for N says, black horse above her storage. Kyle Play says, sure if I can shoot her camel, greater than. Dill for N says, Trivia question. What's required to create a redstone torch? Dill for N says, surely you should make a Christmas base since it's basically Christmas. Kyle Play says, you should make a Christmas mansion then. Dill for N says, Dill for N says, but that's a lot of effort. Kyle Play says, yeah? Zero Gaming says, GG. It's LJ says, D. Blackspot alert. Be part of our family. Subscribe and like. Dil4N says, what is this cobble stair? Kyle Play says, an abandoned base. Kyle Play says, ugh. Kyle Play says, abandoned it. Kyle Play says, asterisk. Shrubby Stew says, can someone give me obsidian? Kyle Play says, bruh. Dil4N says, magic. Dil4N says, do you have spare snow blocks? King Sebi9 says, our J Kenny have some of the loot at Barrel Room PLS. Kyle Play says, what for? Dil4N says, just asking huge T. King Sebi9 says, our J Kenny have some of the loot from Barrel Room. King Sebi9 says, our J. Trivia question. What item is used to make a potion of swiftness? It's LJ says, wait. Dil4N says, right? Dil4N says, you untrusted me. Kyle Play says, no. Dil4N says, ye. Zero Gaming says, King Sebi9 says, LJ Kenny have some of the loot PLS. It's LJ says, just wait. King Sebi9 says, okay time. It's LJ says, okay, go ahead, King. King Seppi 9 says, "Can you give me some of the loot?" It's Alj says, "Go to br room that has some." Kyle Play says, "Sure." It's Alj says, "Dog aside Gazi ass do." It's Alj says, "My dad a me so loud." Welcome back, Finley. Glad you could join us again. Dill4N says, "Kyle." Kyle Play says. Dill4N says, "Where is Frank?" Lal Paklua 12 says, "Lag." Kyle Play says, "Has an Ahoil day home with the guys on the couch." Dill4N says, "Is he still with Pet Warden?" Dill4N says, "Oh, okay." Trivia question: what dimension is hazardous with lava? Dill4N says, "Rude." Kyle Play says, "Putting stuff away." Blackspot alert, subscribe, and like for more. Dill4N says, "Go in." Kyle Play says, "NTI." Kyle Play says, Oid quer mine is. Dil for N says L. Kyle Play says NVM. Dil for N says should have kept it in her inventory. Kyle Play says etchist. Kyle Play says I need as much room as possibly. Trivia question. What is the primary function of a smithing table? Dil for N says, wow. Kyle Play says, Dil for N says, you broke. Kyle Play says, no. Dil for N says, only for furnaces. Kyle Play says, actually 3 stacks-ish. Dil for N says, shush. Kyle Play says, and I still have all the crafting tables you made. Kyle Play says, like half a double chesto _o. Dil for N says, ya tbf'd qua you broke that tower down when you moved out of the base later. Dil for N says, I have a full double chest at my base. Kyle Plays says Roo. Kyle Plays says Oh. Lexus Boy to 174 says to 613. Trivia question: how do you obtain ender crystals in Minecraft? Lexus Boy to 174 says, can someone give me a gold shovel? BC, I found some land. Lexus Boy to 174 says 6. Lexus Boy to 174 says tie. Kyle Play says evil. Dill4N says Cordians Zeroonies. Kyle Play says pork chop. Black Spot Alert. Be part of our family. Subscribe and like. Dill4N says, Kyle Play says, Fiery Storm Cloud says, lol the levers. DYLL for N says, H3S low. Kyle Play says, how? Kyle Play says, full health. Dill for N says, I shot him. Trivia question. What is the main use of a cartography table? Fiery Storm Cloud says, are we allowed to use alt accounts? Lexus Boy to 170 for says, how do I give people perm? Kyle Play says, trust player Snake. Fiery Storm Cloud says, trust. Lexus Boy to 170 for says, Tism. Dill for N says, you do trust. Dill for N says, aw. Dill for N says, oh I. Kyle Play says. Kyle Play says, rip. Dill for N says, you stole. Kyle Play says, no. Fiery Storm Cloud says, burp. Kyle Play says, rabbit toe. Dill for N says, rabbit toe. It's J says, hey if zero. It's J says, get on I can give you one. Trivia question. What type of material does a blaze drop when defeated? It's J says, oh. It's J says, D. Dill for N says, oh. It's J says, bathroom bruh. Dill for N says, B. Black Spot Alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. Dill for N says, my levers. Kyle Play says, the camel can eat them. Kyle Play says, brah. Kyle Play says, you appeared behind me. Dill for N says, yeah. Kyle Play says, no. Dill for N says, it helps to open door. Dill for N says, ugly roof. Kyle Play says, like our camel, D. Dill for N says, roof should be prismarine. Dill4N says, or birch. Trivia question. What block is used to brew underwater potions? Dill4N says, to bring out the loveliness. Kyle Play says, it's gonna look like every other house I've made then. Dill4N says, no. Dill4N says, walls should be obsidian. Dill4N says, to prevent robbery. It's Jay says, I hope I won't be aft this time, Lamau. Trivia question. What does an observer block detect? Dill for N says, Lexus Boy to 170 for says T.
Wow.
Sunny Burrito 999 says WB. Dill for N says, Blackspot alert. Show your love, subscribe, and like. Sunny Burrito 999 says, Bruh. Muddy Fox says, Nua. Lexus Boy to 170 for says, Can I fill my pick PLS? Muddy Fox says, Nua. Fiery Storm Cloud says, Come join us, we'll be your friend. 3. Muddy Fox says, Nua. Dill for N says, Coil. It's J says, E.
Wow.
Kyle Plays says. It's J says. Dill for N says, Which one of my old skins should I use? Kyle Plays says, It'd pick a new. Lexus Boy to 170 for says, Tie. Kyle Plays says, 1. Dill for N says, No. Kyle Plays says, Yes. Dill for N says, Okay, Ema, change my skin BRB. Trivia question. What do you need for a snow golem? Muddy Fox says, how do I stop being protected from PvP? Muddy Fox says, Kyle Play says, leave or claim. Kyle Play says, or the claim are in.
Wow.
Lexus Boy to 170 for says T. Dallas Plays 1 says, can anybody teen?
Wow.
Welcome back, Lexus Dragon. Glad you could join us again. Trivia question. Which biome has colorful clay? Dallas Plays 1 says, "You hey oj." It's Auj says, "Hey." Dallas Plays 1 says, "May we team?" Dallas Plays 1 says, "PLS." It's Auj says, "I don't really know." It's Auj says, "It was probably choice is no." It's Auj says, "I am sorry." Dallas Plays 1 says, "Can he have some loot?" Dallas Plays 1 says, "May I have diamond stuff PLS?" Dallas Plays 1 says, "And where are you?" Blackspot alert, support us, subscribe, and like. It's Auj says, "Wait." Dallas Plays 1 says, "What at your cordiante Z's?" It's Auj says, "Just a litty stuff, okay?" Dallas Plays 1 says, "Oh wait, I know this place called 00, can we meet there?"
Wow.
It's Auj says, "It's Auj says, right PH." It's Auj says, "But I have to." Dallas Plays 1 says, "Nice, and tie." It's Auj says, "You." Dallas Plays 1 says, "In the future I shall give back you a good surprise." It's Auj says, "NTI." Dallas Plays 1 says, "Oh, and can he have some totems?" It's Auj says. It's Auj says, "Nope tie." Trivia question. Which hostile mob drops phantom membranes? Welcome back, Classic Supersonic. Glad you could join us again.
Wow.
Audi 91560 for says, link. Banker Zero says, there is a bat staring at me. Audi 91560 for says, country. Dallas Plays 1 says, OJ meet me at 00, I have a surprise. It's OJ says, no I don't need her surprise, it's yours all. It's OJ says, and yes 0 I'm AF sometimes. Dallas Plays 1 says, have some. Dallas Plays 1 says, XD. It's OJ says, nah. Dallas Plays 1 says, no you can have some. Dallas Plays 1 says, anybody want a free chest plate, it's diamond? Banker Zero says, nah. Dallas Plays 1 says, okay.
Wow.
Dallas Plays 1 says, okay log on K. Trivia question. What block is used to brew underwater potions? Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Fiery Storm Cloud says, tie. Kyle Play says, WB ready, DD. It's Happy 14 says, Otai. It's Happy 14 says, WB. Dill4N says, tie. Dallas Plays 1 says, hey Dylan. It's Happy 14 says, sir, that is the way you spell Dylan. Dill4N says, Plu. Dallas Plays 1 says, Dill4N. DYLL for N says, hi. Kyle Plays says, Pig Ow. Dill4N says, Pig Ow. It's Happy 14 says, P-Gen. Trivia question. What item is needed to create a potion of strength? Dallas Plays 1 says, wanna have some diamond a tough. Dil4N says, It's Happy 14 says, oh eats. Dallas Plays 1 says, want a free diamond chest page. Kyle Play says, lol. Dil4N says, nah, I don't really need it TBF. It's Happy 14 says, Bankroll actually plays MC. Dallas Plays 1 says, okay. It's Happy 14 says, surprising. Kyle Play says, you should try to get another pig out. There's a jungle really close to here. Dil4N says, I have pig out at Highlands. Dallas Plays 1 says, hey OJ Kenny of some food. Kyle Play says, a gray a yellow one. It's Happy 14 says, I'm not in the mood of playing TBF. Dil4N says, MAM. It's Happy 14 says, see ya. Kyle Play says, CIAA. Dil4N says, I can go get it if you want. Kyle Play says, Dallas Plays 1 says, Dil4N Kenny of some food. Kyle Play says, id. It's LJ says T. Kyle Play says, Dil4N says, I'm Abbott Far, but if I see you I can give you some food. It's LJ says, it's 8. Dallas Plays 1 says, hey OJ. It's LJ says, ye. Dallas Plays 1 says, food PLS. Dil4N says, I am Q get pig out, can I have Nerther trust? Kyle Play says, I think you have. Dil4N says, can I ride Harold there? Kyle Play says, new. Dallas Plays 1 says, OJ food. Dil4N says, pulse. Kyle Play says, it's too far. Dil4N says, NJH up. Kyle Play says, has gonna die sad face. Kyle Play says, ride the cruiser. Dil4N says, but it's easier W him. Kyle Play says, no it's not has slow long. Dil4N says, also I don't have trust. Dallas Plays 1 says, Kenny of more arrows. Trivia question. What's required to make a potion of night vision? Dallas Plays 1 says, Al-J can have a litra and fireworks. It's Al-J says, no. Dallas Plays 1 says, okay? Dallas Plays 1 says, totems. Flex Model Dud, subscribe and like if you're enjoying. It's Al-J says, don't be a beggar for people will lose a respect for you. It's Al-J says, just be careful. Dallas Plays 1 says, okay? Welcome back, Ahmad. Glad you could join us again. Welcome back, King Silly. Glad you could join us again. It's Al-J says, don't beat Hoobs for her own. It's Al-J says, you will learn more tricks. It's Al-J says, if you dig, then you can. Dallas Plays 1 says, how do you shoot the arrows at him? It's not working. It's LJ says, he dodges. Dil4N says, trivia question. How do you obtain name tags in the game? King Silly says, huh. Dallas Plays 1 says, when has there doge? It's LJ says, yeah? Dallas Plays 1 says, can he beta him for once? It's LJ says, assure. Dallas Plays 1 says, can he beat him for once okay too? Audi 91,560 for says, ah. Dallas Plays 1 says, when Hez on his last lines either get final to no pay. It's LJ says, yup. It's LJ says, are you cooking? Dallas Plays 1 says, yes. Kyle Plays says, ball. Dallas Plays 1 says, my alt. It's LJ says, oh man. It's LJ says, it. It's LJ says, AXP or greater than. Dallas Plays 1 says, so can he beat him when Hez on a little lies? Dil4N says, It's LJ says, Zero I found a cookie greater than. Dallas Plays 1 says, bruh. Tossif to 1,488 says. Tossif to 1,488 says. It's LJ says, Sarah would kick you the dick. It's LJ says, I just know. It's LJ says, I ain't even 7-year-old bro. Kyle Play says, liar. It's LJ says, Kyle. It's LJ says, GRRR. It's LJ says, nah. Audi 91,560 for says, Imma go fishing. Kyle Play says, yeah. Tossif to 1,488 says, N. Dallas Plays 1 says, Ema beat him, right? It's out, Jay says. I said yes. Kyle Play says, no. It's out, Jay says, just stop asking. Trivia question. How do you tame a wolf? King Silly says, bruh. Dallas Plays 1 says, Kenny of more arrows. Black Spot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. It's out, Jay says, Call I saw you. Kyle Play says, boy. It's out, Jay says, boy. Fiery Storm Cloud says, F. Audi 91,560 says, RIP. Kyle Play says, WB ready, D. Tossif to 1,000 for 188 says. Tossif to 1,000 for 188 says, WB. It's Happy 14 says, who are you and why are you calling me ready? It's out, Jay says, huh. Kyle Play says, Emo Rat. It's out, Jay says, Happy's another sister. It's Happy 14 says, in the brother of the owner of this account. It's out, Jay says, KNVM. It's Happy 14 says, should I ask her to play? It's out, Jay says, yes. It's Happy Happy 14 says, not as much as you. Trivia question. What's the enchantment table used for? Audi 91560 says, damn, I found a rare bow while fishing. It's Happy 14 says, back. It's Happy 14 says, it why you want me to play, but I'm playing alone. It's Al J says, oh mau. It's Al J says, "Cause you want." Toss it to 1,488 says, Jay. It's Happy 14 says, if my brother told me that'll now. It's Al J says, Oma. Audi 91560 says, burp. It's Al J says, that scared me off. It's Happy 14 says, what? Kill for Ed says, hey. It's Al J says, Hoobs Wasser went in my face. Dallas Plays 1 says, Diln CNA I have totem. Dil for N says, food. Kyle Plays says, lol. It's Al J says, lol. Dil for N says, gave you a totem. It's Al J says, oh mau. It's Happy 14 says, Hoba jump scare real. It's Happy 14 says, Booha asterisk. It's Happy 14 says, Hooba asterisk. It's Al J says, F on. It's Al J says, O underscore O. It's Al J says, I'll never give you again, greater than. Fiery Storm Cloud says, oof. It's Al J says, cheesh. It's Al J says, but anytime. It's Al J says, soon. It's Al J says, or month. It's Al J says, or years. It's Alj says, make me. Kyle Plays says, I'm only using ironing. Trivia question. What's required to craft a tripwire hook in Minecraft? It's Alj says, that's disgusting. It's Alj says, I will never give you again real. It's Alj says, greater than. It's Happy14 says, controlling a girl. It's Happy14 says, you. Dallas Plays 1 says, I like smelly toes. It's Happy14 says, what in the? It's Alj says, nah. It's Alj says, mods need to see this and get banned. Dill4N says, what? Dallas Plays 1 says, suck my toes. It's Happy14 says, what? Dallas Plays 1 says, suck. It's Alj says, Dallas stop talking like that. Dallas Plays 1 says, my. Dill4N says, right? Dallas Plays 1 says, feet. It's Happy14 says, what? It's Alj says, stop. It's Alj says, WTF. It's Alj says, what the frogs? Dallas Plays 1 says, lick feet. Blackspot alert, join us, subscribe, and like. It's Alj says, alright? It's Alj says, I will report it to Hoobs. It's Alj says, tie. It's Happy14 says, Omow. It's Happy14 says, did bro just leave?
Wow.
It's Alj says, LMAO. It's Happy14 says, XD. It's Happy14 says, Imagine. Dill4N says, he can't get banned for saying that. Dill4N says, it's just odd. It's Happy14 says, I hope he does though. Fiery Storm Cloud says, it's Happy14 says, wow. It's Alj says, happy. It's Alj says, what did IT say? Dill4N says, has someone looted the elytras at Hoob yet? It's Happy14 says, Kyle has it now. It's Alj says, Kyle. Kyle Plays says, keep it. It's Happy14 says, nitrogen monoxide you keep IT. Kyle Plays says, evidence. It's Alj says, yes. It's Alj says, report it to Hoobs. It's Alj says, or mod. Welcome back Pedro's BTNLs, only users that make BTNLs. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy14 says, 8. Kyle plays says, Steve. Dill4N says, he won't get banned though now. It's Happy14 says, Steve. Kyle plays says, you. It's Happy14 says, I'm not emo, sad face. Trivia question. How many bookshelves from Max Enchantment? Kyle plays says, you have a Steve he Don. It's Al-J says, Dill4N chill, it's chance to get banned or not get banned. It's Happy14 says, eh. It's Happy14 says, oh. Dill4N says, what lol? It's Al-J says, 50% and 50%. It's Happy14 says, yeah? Dill4N says, 99% 1%. Welcome back Dallas Play Some X2. Glad you could join us again. It's Al-J says, WTF. It's Happy14 says, what does it say? It's Happy14 says, wait since when is Kyle member? Dill4N says, 8 NVMET the message he sent the other one was bannable. It's Al-J says, you're so hot but annoying. It's Happy14 says, what? It's Happy14 says, you. It's Happy14 says, lucky. Dill4N says, Kyle now. It's Happy14 says. It's Happy14 says, you what do I do for member? It's Happy14 says, oh I know. Dill4N says, go on Discord, ask one of the mods online to.
Wow.
It's Happy14 says, war. It's Happy14 says, I see your messages Audie. It's Happy14 says, oh. It's Al-J says, oh my god. It's Al-J says, WAIT. It's Al-J says, WHAT. It's Happy14 says, HWAT. It's Happy14 says, what? It's Al-J says, Mizo like Demi. It's Al-J says, I saw his DM. It's Al-J says, and he deleted IT. It's Al-J says, and says. It's Happy14 says, Dim Mizo likes me. It's Al-J says, I saw his DM. It's Al-J says, I swear. It's Happy 14 says, WHAT. It's Happy 14 says, U. It's Happy 14 says, W. It's AOJ says, it says I kinda like you. It's AOJ says, asterisk sob asterisk. It's Happy 14 says, welcome to my team of simps, AOJB. Trivia question. What item is used to craft maps? It's AOJ says, WAAEA happy. It's AOJ says, nitrogen monoxide. It's Happy 14 says, why does the username CloudSparks feel awfully familiar? It's AOJ says, kick me out of her team of simps. It's Happy 14 says, no UH. It's AOJ says, kick me out. It's AOJ says, I wanna be forever single. It's AOJ says, BYE.
Wow.
It's Happy 14 says, oh now. It's Happy 14 says, what in the? It's Happy 14 says, I agree with Audi. Welcome back, Jackery. Glad you could join us again. Blackspot alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. It's Happy 14 says, someone named Jack Green just joined the stream. It's Happy 14 says, Dallas is cookie, nom. It's Happy 14 says, yum. Dill for N says, Kyle, why would you type it 9 at ber 9? Dill for N says, out asterisk. Kyle Play says, oh. Dill for N says, oh mau. Kyle Play says, oh, what happened then was I just kicked. It's Happy 14 says, oh, Jackery must be Jack Green. It's Happy 14 says, you Betty greater than sad face. Kyle Play says, lol tie for banning him anyways. Kyle Play says, aw. It's Happy 14 says, what's a chat packet? It's Happy 14 says, packet. It's Happy 14 says, I didn't even notice Kyle is at my basal now. It's Happy 14 says, well. It's Happy 14 says, hello. Dill4N says, a chat bug that kicks you. Trivia question. What is the primary function of a smithing table? Kyle Play says, no, I think it was BCZ I said duck with an S when trying to explain what he said. Kyle Play says, trying asterisk. It's Happy 14 says, ooh. It's Happy 14 says, oh now. It's Happy 14 says, wow. Kyle Play says, it got changed to awesome. It's Happy 14 says, wow. It's Happy 14 says, a ditto. It's Happy 14 says, Brandon. Welcome back Logithegreet. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, Brandy. It's Happy 14 says, whatever. It's Happy 14 says, Bros Probafk. Dill4N says, Kyle. Kyle Plays says, give me trust I wanna set her triplets free. Kyle Plays says, it's Happy 14 says, nitrogen monoxide. Dill4N says, did Avery's claims go? It's Happy 14 says, triplets are never free. Kyle Plays says, they were supposed to, I think. Kyle Plays says, but it guy think PH was talking apt it. Kyle Plays says, let them be free. It's Happy 14 says, new. Kyle Plays says, yes. Dida Brandon says, Happy let me mine netherite. It's Happy 14 says, I'm okay. It's Happy 14 says, done, greater than. Kyle Play says, yay. Kyle Play says, ah. Dida Brandon says, your DMS are not important. Trivia question. What item is used to make a potion of swiftness? It's Happy 14 says, Iglel. It's Happy 14 says, HMM. It's Happy 14 says, done. Kyle Play says, can I have the letter RQ happy? It's Happy 14 says, which one? Blackspot alert, join us, subscribe, and like. Kyle Play says, the most recent one. Kyle Play says, from Cookie. Kyle Play says, here. It's Happy 14 says, done, greater than. Dida Brandon says, the faster I can mine, the faster I can DM you. It's Happy 14 says, Kyle, where the heck did you disappear? Kyle Play says, ah. Kyle Play says, stop. Cloud Spark says, ah. It's Happy 14 says, oh. It's Happy 14 says, WB. Laupaclua 12 says, no thanks. Kyle Play says, UNWB. It's Happy 14 says, how dare you? Laupaklua 12 says, thanks. Trivia question. How do you make a nether portal? Kyle Play says, that's what they wanted. It's Happy 14 says, you're never welcome here. Quit this server, /SARC. Laupaklua 12 says, clan create nobody NB. It's Happy 14 says, wow. It's Happy 14 says, clan. Kyle Play says, in HHH. It's Happy 14 says, I know. Kyle Play says, clan. It's Happy 14 says, oh my god grass. It's Happy 14 says. Kyle Play says, is this a stadium? Laupaklua 12 says, yesterday, I touched grass with my hand. Dida Brandon says, EWWW. It's Happy 14 says, oh my god. Laupaklua 12 says, and feel the power of white mode. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. It's Happy 14 says, nah, it's since I built out of boredom. Dida Brandon says, oh god. Dida Brandon says, Kyle, do you sell mending? Kyle Play says, nope. Laupaklua 12 says, I should enjoy single-player World by Guys. It's Happy 14 says, Rah? It's Happy 14 says, Kylie. Kyle Play says, child is decaying. Kyle Play says, April. It's Happy 14 says, Nuuwu. Kyle Play says, Murray. It's Happy 14 says, I'll get some iron first when I go mining. It's Happy 14 says, WB Nicola. The Nicola 2018 says, Fks. Kyle Play says, WB. It's Happy 14 says, I don't have iron RN, W. But Nicola 2018 says, Fx. Baoji says, Sup. Trivia question. In which dimension is the Ender Dragon found? It's Happy 14 says, Sup. Baoji says, Yee. Kyle Play says, I was reading her animal's namus. It's Happy 14 says, I trapped Kyle in my basement B. It's Happy 14 says, B. Kyle Plays says, did you give me access trust? Black Spot Alert, aim for greatness, subscribe, and like. It's Happy 14 says, all are here. Kyle Plays says, oops. Welcome back ShopHit_. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, lel. Kyle Play says, I found a stray cat. It's Happy 14 says, where? Kyle Play says, rip it's did now. Greater than. It's Happy 14 says, oop. Kyle Play says, I can editor signs muhehehe. Kyle Play says, Nuu. It's Happy 14 says, Nuu. Kyle Play says, it didn't let me save it. It's Happy 14 says, I. Kyle Play says, here's the stray cat. It's Happy 14 says, El Bozo Cat. It's Happy 14 says, J. Kyle Play says, lol. Kyle Play says, our children are NT leaving their cage. It's Happy 14 says, they like their home. It's Happy 14 says, what was that for? Kyle Play says, nothing smiley face. Trivia question. What's the rarest powerful orb? It's Happy 14 says, new. Kyle Play says, children are strong. The Nicola 2018 says, what? Kyle Play says, to hits. It's Happy 14 says, icker. It's Happy 14 says, wait. It's Happy 14 says, if in the mom. The Nicola 2018 says, what happened? It's Happy 14 says, who is the dad? Kyle Play says, bruh, how do you not know O_O? It's Happy 14 says, oh yeah, I adopted them. Kyle Play says, yay? It's Happy 14 says, Stick finally left. Kyle Play says, Stick has left. It's Happy 14 says, yay? Kyle Play says, be free. It's Happy 14 says, It's Happy 14 says, pretend I'm hugging Stick. Kyle Play says, they might run away. Kyle Play says, oh my god. Kyle Play says, they're fast. Kyle Play says, I gave you more iron to heal her child. Kyle Play says, a while ago. It's Happy 14 says, WB. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, when did you give me iron? It's Happy 14 says, oh. Kyle Play says, Beaver, you locked me downstairs. Kyle Play says, the golem's in the house. It's Happy 14 says, Golem 1 done smiley face. Kyle Play says, did you let the villagers free? It's Happy 14 says, IDC they're dumb. It's Happy 14 says, they'll walk right back in. Kyle Play says, they're sleeping in her house. It's Happy 14 says, I don't really have a house. Trivia question. In which dimension is the Ender Dragon found? Kyle Plays says, well, whatever that thing is then. Kyle Plays says, you should make one. It's Happy 14 says, Ed Clater. It's Happy 14 says, lol killa, and PHR sleeping. Kyle Plays says, right-click them. It's Happy 14 says, ick. Black Spot Alert, subscribe, like, and be awesome. It's Happy 14 says, good night. It's Happy 14 says, oh, and BTW, do you have fireworks? It's Happy 14 says, I have 0 with 3. Kyle Play says, maybe. The Nicola 2018 says, I do. It's Happy 14 says, you selling them. The Nicola 2018 says, ye? The Nicola 2018 says, what you say 5 diamonds for stack. It's Happy 14 says, I know. It's Happy 14 says, T_T. Welcome back Vashitva. Glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, hi. It's Happy 14 says, I have only 15 diamonds. Dida Brandon says, I hate being poor. The Nicola 2018 says, well, you can buy fireworks then. It's Happy 14 says, I'll buy 3 stacks. Kyle Play says, how much are you selling them for, Nick? It's Happy 14 says, for ick. It's Happy 14 says, 15. It's Happy 14 says, or 14. The Nicola 2018 says, 5 diamonds a stack. It's Happy 14 says, oh hi Vishu. It's Happy 14 says, MUHH. Kyle Play says, cat. Kyle Play says, you got fish. The Nicola 2018 says, it's Happy 14, so we meet nether spawn? Kyle Play says, yay. It's Happy 14 says, just meet at my base law. It's Happy 14 says, I'm busy. It's Happy 14 says, huh. It's Happy 14 says, where did the cat go? Trivia question. How do you make a nether portal? Kyle Plays says, can I buy 6 stacks, Nick? It's Happy 14 says, me when poor. Dida Brandon says, who sells EMS? The Nicola 2018 says, I have only 3 now, and It's Happy 14 is buying them. The Nicola 2018 says, I will tell when I restock. Welcome back Random Rockety, glad you could join us again. It's Happy 14 says, yes sir, P. Dida Brandon says, who sells EMS? It's Happy 14 says, Rocky jump scare. It's Happy 14 says, Batman. It's Happy 14 says, you scared me. The Nicola 2018 says, you Bedrock skins finally display on Java. It's Happy 14 says, just noticed. It's Happy 14 says, I think that's 15. The Nicola 2018 says, it's Happy 14 says, time, D. The Nicola 2018 says, NP. It's Happy 14 says, all of them are from VI Law. It's Happy 14 says, what? It's Happy 14 says, oh. The Nicola 2018 says, you hi Kyle Plays. It's Happy 14 says, it's Kyle. Kyle Plays says, hi. It's Happy 14 says, get down. Kyle Plays says, nitrogen monoxide. It's Happy 14 says, wanna fly together, or Smthidkim Bode. It's Happy 14 says, bored. Kyle Play says, where to lol. It's Happy 14 says, I have no idea. It's Happy 14 says, maybe till that graveyard I showed you yesterday. It's Happy 14 says, or UHH. It's Happy 14 says, ick. Kyle Play says, that's not far. Kyle Play says, in there. Kyle Play says, it took one rocket. It's Happy 14 says, lel. Trivia question. How do you tame a wolf? Kyle Play says, Spider does not want to leave his cage. Kyle Play says, not gonna put armor on. It's Happy 14 says, fur. It's Happy 14 says, DW he will take his time. It's Happy 14 says, how do I fly? The Nicola 2018 says, dim. Kyle Play says, double tap space. It's Happy 14 says, autism. Kyle Play says, and go forward. Blackspot alert, be part of our family, subscribe, and like. Kyle Play says, cat. Kyle Play says, it's in with the villager. Kyle Play says, S. It's Happy 14 says, ENV on them. It's Happy 14 says, let's just goo. Kyle Play says, it'll TP. It's Happy 14 says, and fly. It's Happy 14 says, oh ye. Kyle Play says, come here. The Nicola 2018 says, BTW. It should be 14 on Bedrock. If you press the space button while you fly, you stop the glide. It's Happy 14 says, oh tie, greater than. Kyle Play says, I think it's on the bed sleeping. It's Happy 14 says, Kyle. Kyle Play says, it's Happy 14 says, let it sleep then. It's Happy 14 says, let's go. Kyle Play says, lol. Kyle Play says, roo. It's Happy 14 says, I'm on the stadium thin. It's Happy 14 says, tie. It's Happy 14 says, Roxy. The Nicola 2018 says, I can't wait for the crafter to be added. Kyle Play says, tie. It's Happy 14 says, let's now. It's Happy 14 says, fly. It's Happy 14 says, oh. Kyle Play says, lol. Kyle Play says, you need rockets in her hand. Kyle Play says, you should wear armor. It's Happy 14 says, dang. Kyle Play says, if you crash you'll end up dying. The Nicola 2018 says, if at height speed. Kyle Play says, yay? It's Happy 14 says, what's a tunes? Kyle Play says, dill for N. It's Happy 14 says, oh. Kyle Play says, his name used to be Cartoon Zero. It's Happy 14 says, oh. It's happy 14 says, anyways. Trivia question. What type of material does a blaze drop when defeated? It's happy 14 says, wait huh. Kyle Play says, lol. It's happy 14 says, since when was Rocky a Pokemon? It's happy 14 says, Yu. The Nicola 2018 says, WB. It's happy 14 says, welcome back. Kyle Play says, WB. Random Rocket YT says, tie. Kyle Play says, back. Kyle Play says, hurry up. It's happy 14 says, ye. Kyle Play says, cat. It's happy 14 says, NVM cat. It's happy 14 says, yay. Random Rocket YT says, Yomer Dilveren. Dilforen says, hi Rocky. It's happy 14 says, WB. The Nicola 2018 says, WB. Dilfor says, tie. Kyle Play says, WBV. Random Rocket YT says, how are you? Dilfor says, I'm good HBU. Random Rocket YT says, so. It's happy 14 says, that was fun. Kyle Play says, AOG's husband escaped. Kyle Play says, oh. It's happy 14 says, let it be. Kyle Play says, no. It's happy 14 says, yes. It's happy 14 says, tie for teaching me how to fly. Kyle and Nick, greater than. Kyle Play says, NPD. The Nicola 2018 says NP. Trivia question. How do you obtain honey bottles in Minecraft? The Nicola 2018 says, I remember when elytras were added. It's Happy 14 says, when was that? The Nicola 2018 says, 1.9. Kyle Play says, a while ago. The Nicola 2018 says, I started 1.6. It's Happy 14 says, oldie. Cloud Spark says, I've been playing since the first version. The Nicola 2018 says, which is? Random Rocket YT says, WB. The Nicola 2018 says, WB. Blackspot Alert, support us, subscribe, and like. Kyle Play says, WB. Cloud Spark says, the tutorial. Jackery says, tie. The Nicola 2018 says, they are older than the tutorial. Kyle Play says, yay? Cloud Spark says, no I meant. It's Happy 14 says, anyways. It's Happy 14 says, IGTG. Cloud Spark says, the tutorial. It's Happy 14 says, bye. Kyle Play says, CIAA. Cloud Spark says, was one of the first I found on Xbox. Cloud Spark says, not like. Cloud Spark says, Java. The Nicola 2018 says, ye? The Nicola 2018 says, okay? Trivia question. What item is used to make a potion of swiftness?
Wow.
Trivia question. What's the enchantment table used for? Dill for N says brew. The Nicola 2018 says, what? Black Spot alert, subscribe, and like for more.
Wow.
Dill for N says, camel keeps pushing me off the road. The Nicola 2018 says, it spawns sheep.
Wow.
Trivia question. What item is used to craft maps? Welcome back. Glad you could join us again. The Nicola 2018 says, GM. The Nicola 2018 says, today is the last day of which bat spawns are increased.
Wow.
In Master 3300 for says, Hysobalistically Stellisi Elise. Trivia question. What block is used to brew underwater potions? Black Spot Alert, subscribe, and like for more. The Nicola 2018 says, "Bro, I'm so good at phasmophobia just by the ghost not draining my sanity quick and freezing. Temperature I managed to guess which one was it." Intmaster 3300 for says, "What law?" Intmaster 3300 for says, "What are you even talking about?" The Nicola 2018 says, "A game." Intmaster 3300 for says, "Oh lol." The Nicola 2018 says, about guessing what type of ghost hunts the house. The Nicola 2018 says, "WB." Random Rocket YT says, "Yo, who's that guy?" And Master 3300 for says, "Spooky game." The Nicola 2018 says, "Who?" Random Rocket YT says, "Ionmila 7788 damn." The Nicola 2018 says, "Idki has a lot of claims." And Master 3300 for says, "Also look at this perfectly round lake." And Master 3300 for says, "Look." Random Rocket YT says, "How's it going, bro?" And Master 3300 for says, "Well, okay, it's more like an oval." And Master 3300 for says, "But still." Ionmila 7788 says, "Hello, Rocket." Intmaster 3300 for says, actually an egg. Eonmila 7788 says, it's going good. Trivia question. What's the max build height? Random Rocket YT says, what happening bro? Eonmila 7788 says, I'm back man. Random Rocket YT says, long time no see. Eonmila 7788 says, yes indeed. The Nicola 2018 says, WB. The Nicola 2018 says, Yoo-hoo has made Nether Highway on top of Bedrock. Sunny Burrito 999 says, tie. And Master 3300 for says, not me. The Nicola 2018 says, it not you, it is in admin claims. And Master 3300 for says, oh. Random Rocket YT says, show. Sunny Burrito 999 says, Rocket made that. The Nicola 2018 says, look. Intmaster 3300 for says, what if I was secretly an admin, eyes. The Nicola 2018 says, okay. The Nicola 2018 says, you are not. Intmaster 3300 for says, and gave myself perms. Random Rocket YT says, oh that what I'm building now. Intmaster 3300 for says, colon laugh. The Nicola 2018 says, cool. The Nicola 2018 says, also .npc Master 330 for Bedrock players can't see above Bedrock level. And Master 3300 for says, oh lol. And Master 3300 for says, weird. Intmaster 3300 for says, also you can call me VI. Intmaster 3300 for says, since I'm VI1. The Nicola 2018 says, WB. It's J says, tie. And Master 3300 for says, WB. And Master 3300 for says, oh. Trivia question. How do you obtain a music disc in Minecraft? The Nicola 2018 says, "You Puggy's gold farm was untouched." Random Rocket YT says, the Nicola 2018 says, "Good that he had DM'd me the quartz when he was active." And Master 3300 for says, "Why you need gold anyway?" The Nicola 2018 says, "It is never bad to have farm for it." Blexbot alert. Your support counts, subscribe, and like. Random Rocket YT says, "Rails, apples, and much more." And Master 3300 for says, "Oh, I see." The Nicola 2018 says, "Trading." It's Alj says, "New." It's Alj says, "Raid Villager is gone." And Master 3300 for says F. Trivia question. How do you make a nether portal? It's J says, I didn't get Batman. It's J says, effect. It's J says, a sadad wa. It's J says, can anyone give me Batman? I gave random 3 meters loot. And Master 3300 for says, time to get a new Vilbalser. It's J says, WHY. It's AOJ says, asterisk cry asterisk. The Nicola 2018 says, why is the simulation distance smaller than the spawn distance of mobs? The Nicola 2018 says, like it just breaks farms. It's AOJ says, TY. It's AOJ says, 3. It's AOJ says, D. And Master 3300 for says, burp. Trivia question. Which tool is used to gather wool from sheep? Black Spot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like.
Wow.
Welcome back, Akshat Singh Sanger. Glad you could join us again. Trivia question. What's required to craft a tripwire hook in Minecraft? The Nicola 2018 says, same. The Nicola 2018 says, he just hates us. Welcome back, Lucifer Go D. Glad you could join us again. Trivia question. Which tool is used to gather wool from sheep? Black Spot Alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Welcome back, Hoobs Live. Glad you could join us again. The Nicola 2018 says, "You sure?" The Nicola 2018 says, "For me it still does not work." The Nicola 2018 says, "And early it did not with Dylan." It's AOJ says tie. It's AOJ says 3. Trivia question. What type of food item does a cow drop when defeated? And Master 3300 for says, back. It's J says, WB. And Master 3300 for says, also I got work today from 12.30 to 17.30. And Master 3300 for says, THX. And Master 3300 for says, hopefully it'll be back. And Master 3300 for says, by 18.00 or 18.30. Trivia question. What block is used to create an end portal frame? Blackspot alert! Join us, subscribe, like, and grow! Laupaklua 12 says, I want eggs. And Master 3300 for says, nasty. Laupaklua 12 says, bruh. And Master 3300 for says, chk. Laupaklua 12 says, I want to make. And Master 3300 for says, law. Laupaklua 12 says, cake. Laupaklua 12 says, at Blackspot. And Master 3300 for says, at here. 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 Laupaklua 12 says, I need to fix my mob farm. Trivia question. What's required to craft a tripwire hook in Minecraft? The Nicola 2018 says, "Lol, I got a lot of iron while being F on my Bedrock hook." The Nicola 2018 says, 5 stacks of iron. The Nicola 2018 says, "Hello." It's Aljay says, "Hi." Trivia question. Which mob drops ender pearls when defeated? Black Spot Alert. Subscribe and like for more. The Nicola 2018 says, RIP. Lau Paklua 12 says, fastest way to go down. Intmaster 3300 for says, 210k. Intmaster 3300 for says, the next floating point precision error is at. Intmaster 3300 for says, 262.1 for 4. Intmaster 3300 for says, after that the jitters double once again. Intmaster 3300 for says, the jitters go up exponentially. Intmaster 3300 for says, they go up to the next power. Intmaster 3300 for says, until eventually they'll go to a half block. Intmaster 3300 for says, which that'll be weird. Intmaster 3300 for says, it's complicated law. Intmaster 3300 for says, if you know computer science, or wait. Intmaster 3300 for says, binary arithmetic. Intmaster 3300 for says, binary arithmetics. Intmaster 3300 for says, I believe that's what it is. Intmaster 3300 for says, it's a part of that subject. It's Al J says, WB. Intmaster 3300 for says, and yes, somehow binary arithmetics are related to Minecraft lol. Trivia question. Does the smithing table upgrade gear? Master 3300 for says, eventually at some point, it'll be going faster. Master 3300 for says, when I'm sprinting. The Nicola 2018 says, have you tested it out? The Nicola 2018 says, does it work? Master 3300 for says, yeah I have. The Nicola 2018 says, cool. Master 3300 for says, I went onto single player. Master 3300 for says, and yay. Master 3300 for says, cause if you think about it. Master 3300 for says, when I move. The Nicola 2018 says, but you error on Bedrock. Random Rocket YT says, how it work? Laupaklua 12 says, totem. Master 3300 for says, you get teleported every 0 X blocks. The Nicola 2018 says, the server is Java based. Master 3300 for says, or coordinates. The Nicola 2018 says, it may not work the same. Master 3300 for says, therefore every time I go past a floating point, I go faster exponentially. The Nicola 2018 says, if you talk out the glitch that causes the stripland on Bedrock. Laupaklua 12 says, console, Bedrock user moved incorrectly. Master 3300 for says. Master 3300 for says, see. Master 3300 for says, yeah that's why I'm trying this. Master 3300 for says, cause nobody has done this before. Laupaklua 12 says, and move too quickly. Master 3300 for says, and yes it does actually work. Master 3300 for says, look. Laupaklua 12 says, RIP MLG. The Nicola 2018 says, you sure this will work when the server is based on Java? Master 3300 for says, OFC you won't see it on the stream. Master 3300 for says, but on my screen. Master 3300 for says, the terrain jitters. Master 3300 for says, it's working client side. Random Rocket YT says, sounds like a lot of giggle deep block to me. The Nicola 2018 says, Rocky. The Nicola 2018 says, go on Bedrock Edition and TP like 60 mil blocks. Master 3300 for says, trust me, at some point you'll notice on the stream. The Nicola 2018 says, around there the striplands form on Bedrock. Master 3300 for says, cause the game will be teleporting me. Master 3300 for says, yeah they do. Master 3300 for says, from my hypothesis, the game won't sync up with the Java. Laupaklua 12 says, imagine the Hubosaurus health got reset. Master 3300 for says, server. Master 3300 for says, therefore causing issues. Master 3300 for says, but it will see. Random Rocket YT says, whatever happened to good old placing blocks and building law? Master 3300 for says, once we get there. The Nicola 2018 says, won't you risk .npc Master 3304 to knocklip under the world? Trivia question. What do you need to create a jukebox in Minecraft? Intmaster 3300 for says, PFFF yay. Intmaster 3300 for says, but here's the thing. Intmaster 3300 for says, the Java server won't allow that to happen. Intmaster 3300 for says, I've knocklipped. Intmaster 3300 for says, but the Java server saved me. Intmaster 3300 for says, 'cause it's like. The Nicola 2018 says, good theory. Intmaster 3300 for says, wait, this player shouldn't be here. The Nicola 2018 says, let's see. Intmaster 3300 for says, so I get TPD back. Intmaster 3300 for says, I've seen it happen. Lao Paklua 12 says, can I use texture pack? It's Aoj says, you may. Blexbot alert, your support counts, subscribe, and like. Intmaster 3300 for says, that's why I haven't died yet. Intmaster 3300 for says, 'cause the server is Java based. The Nicola 2018 says, so from what point does it start the tapping I will go using Nether on my Bedrock IP? Intmaster 3300 for says, therefore I can't no clip. Intmaster 3300 for says, 'cause it counts that as cheating lol. Intmaster 3300 for says, every power of 2. The Nicola 2018 says, wait.npc Master 330 for the player location is client-based. Intmaster 3300 for says, so do 4. Intmaster 3300 for says, E. Intmaster 3300 for says, EC. Intmaster 3300 for says, etc. Intmaster 3300 for says, on B1.7.3, every 524.288 blocks the spawn chunks will generate. Intmaster 3300 for says, which on my walking to the far land streams. Intmaster 3300 for says, am clearing out the spawn chunks. Intmaster 3300 for says, and making builds there. The Nicola 2018 says, wait, Intmaster 330 for the player location is client-based, that is why for example cheaters can flight or speed. Lao Paklua 12 says, I'm gonna try something. Intmaster 3300 for says, yeah. The Nicola 2018 says, also reach works by tapping you forward and backward. Intmaster 3300 for says, basically. Random Rocket YT says, I have no idea what's going on, but cool. Intmaster 3300 for says, lol. Intmaster 3300 for says, nerdy stuff. Intmaster 3300 for says, binary arithmetics. Random Rocket YT says, I like. Intmaster 3300 for says, but censor a mod. Intmaster 3300 for says, eventually you'll probably see some sus stuff on this account. Intmaster 3300 for says, but trust me. Intmaster 3300 for says, it's just bedrock breaking law. Intmaster 3300 for says, in guessing you get logs for sus movements and other things. Intmaster 3300 for says, or notifications in chat. Intmaster 3300 for says, that's what I've seen on other servers at least. The Nicola 2018 says, wait, I was gonna try nether traveling on my Bedrock, but the roof does not work on Bedrock. Intmaster 3300 for says, yay lol. Trivia question. What item is needed to create a powered rail? Laopaklua12 says, lol. Laopaklua12 says, not work. The Nicola 2018 says, what? Intmaster 3300 for says, rip. Welcome back AaronGamer79. Glad you could join us again. The Nicola 2018 says, did it not work? Intmaster 3300 for says, also I got 5 meters. Intmaster 3300 for says, or 10 meters. Intmaster 3300 for says, until I got a drive to work. Intmaster 3300 for says, but once I'm done and I'm back. Laopaklua12 says, the long place not working. Intmaster 3300 for says, it'll go back to walkings. Laopaklua12 says, place name Overworld XYZ. The Nicola 2018 says, what? Intmaster 3300 for says, GG. It's Aoj says, greater than. The Nicola 2018 says, GG. Laopaklua12 says, GG. The Nicola 2018 says, oh he beat Hubarius. It's AOJ says, she asterisk. It's Aoj says, D. The Nicola 2018 says, ye sry. It's Aoj says, it's okay. The Nicola 2018 says, I wondered how you got to the end. Fiery Storm Cloud says, well done AOJ. It's Aoj says, I didn't go to end. It's Aoj says, lol. It's Aoj says, oh yeah? It's Aoj says, wow. The Nicola 2018 says, ye I understood. It's Aoj says, LMAO now, I understand either way you think. The Nicola 2018 says, WB. It's Aoj says, WB. And Master 3300 for says, WB. And Master 3300 for says, oh. Kyle Play says, Ty, D. The Nicola 2018 says, bruh. Intmaster 3300 for says, gotta love the invisible chunks. It's Aoj says, same. The Nicola 2018 says, I DM'd Hoobs to give me perms to my portal since it for some reason is admin claim when before it was not. Trivia question. What's the enchantment table used for? Laopaklua 12 says, commands. Laopaklua 12 says, lol. And Master 3300 for says, no speed. And Master 3300 for says, Lamami. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, and like. It's J says, oh, I didn't see your message, Fairy, but thank you for well done. D. It's AOJ says, tie 3. Fiery Storm Cloud says, Fiery Storm Cloud says, D. Welcome back, Coolio. Glad you could join us again. Laopaklua 12 says. Laopaklua 12 says, smirk. Laopaklua 12 says, Omao. And Master 3300 for says, smiley face. And Master 3300 for says, sad face. And Master 3300 for says, D. And Master 3300 for says, D. The Nicola 2018 says, WB. Fiery Storm Cloud says, the Smirkle Mao. It's J says, WB. Laopaklua 12 says, C. And Master 3300 for says, 3C. Laopaklua 12 says, underscore. Laopaklua 12 says. And PCMASTER330 for says. Laopaklua 12 says, lol. It's J says, and Master the way I thought, IT was face beard sad face. And Master 3300 for says, greater than or greater than. It's J says, 3C. Laopaklua 12 says, UWU. Laopaklua 12 says, lol. And Master 3300 for says, oh lol. Laopaklua 12 says, OO. Laopaklua 12 says, TWT. It's J says, GTG. And Master 3300 for says, CIA. And Master 3300 for says, O. Laopaklua 12 says, RIP CIA. And Master 3300 for says, ya rip timing. Trivia question. How many bookshelves for Max Enchantment? Laupaklua 12 says, I wanted to tell her something. Laupaklua 12 says, sometime. Laupaklua 12 says, I forgot the script. Laupaklua 12 says, lol. Laupaklua 12 says, 12,550,821 70 12,550,821. And Master 3,300 for says, look. Laupaklua 12 says, who know about this cockers? And Master 3,300 for says, nah. And Master 3,300 for says, T1 to 5508 to 4. Laupaklua 12 says, cockers. Laupaklua 12 says, chords. And Master 3,300 for says, 1 to 5508 to 4. Laupaklua 12 says, 12,550,821 70 12,550,824. And Master 3,300 for says, to 1 for 7 for 836 for 7. And Master 3,300 for says, 3 to 767. Laupaklua 12 says, Farland. Laupaklua 12 says, wish I could add using place. And Master 3,300 for says, lol I was going to build the far lands. And Master 3,300 for says, but actually build them. And Master 3,300 for says, by using the seed n going into 1.17. And Master 3,300 for says, Liteshamatica. And Master 3,300 for says, and then building them here. And Master 3,300 for says, either that, or I would go and be 1.7.3. Laupaklua 12 says, place Farland over, world 12,550,821 70 12,550,820 for 12,550,821 70 12,550,821. And Master 3,300 for says, and try to find an area that matches the biomes. And Master 3,300 for says, also it's 12,550,824. Impmaster 3300 for says, not 12,550,821. Trivia question. What block is used to brew underwater potions? The Nicola 2018 says, what? Laupaklua 12 says, look the cohorts. Impmaster 3300 for says, plus don't add it yet. Laupaklua 12 says, Nicola, can you try this? Impmaster 3300 for says, I'm gonna build it. The Nicola 2018 says, can I try what? Laupaklua 12 says, place Farland over, world 12,550,821 70 12,550,820 for 12,550,821 70 12,550,821. Laupaklua 12 says, Black Spot Alert, join us, subscribe, and like. The Nicola 2018 says, WB. Jackery says, tie. Laupaklua 12 says, try. The Nicola 2018 says, wait. The Nicola 2018 says, need to copy it using it. And Master 3300 for says, WB. Laupaklua 12 says, wish I have Minecraft account. And Master 3300 for says, ha. And Master 3300 for says, I've got 6 accounts. And Master 3300 for says, The Nicola 2018 says, okay, I did the command, but why? Laupaklua 12 says, I'm talking about Java. And Master 3300 for says, not including Bedrock. And Master 3300 for says, to 115k. The Nicola 2018 says, .lalpekhlua12 aren't you on Windows Edition? Laupaklua 12 says, no. The Nicola 2018 says, K. Laupaklua 12 says, Bedrock. And Master 3300 for says, K. Welp, I gotta go to work. And Master 3300 for says, CIAA everyone. The Nicola 2018 says, but I mean Bedrock for PC. And Master 3300 for says, Vixie Wave. And Master 3300 for says, HFF. And Master 3300 for says, oh. Laupaklua 12 says, for Android. The Nicola 2018 says, K. Welcome back, the Nicola 2018. Glad you could join us again. The Nicola 2018 says, anyways, by gonna play Phasmophobia. Trivia question. Which hostile mob drops phantom membranes? Trivia question. What's required to create a redstone torch?
Wow.
Black Spot Alert. Join us, subscribe, and like. Land Eye Rover says, country. Land Eye Rover says, countryside. Land Eye Rover says, link. Welcome LandyX, like and subscribe. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I found. Fiery Storm Cloud says, pink. Fiery Storm Cloud says, Shep. Land Eye Rover says, slaying. Fiery Storm Cloud says, look. Trivia question. What type of material does a blaze drop when defeated? Nizuksta says, Iom lel pekluai managed to get a count. Jackry says, GG. Nizuksta says, Pojav launched lol.
Wow.
Nizuksta says, to 7 FPS. Trivia question. How do you make a nether portal? Blackspot alert! Be part of our family. Subscribe and like. Nizuxta says, now 81 FPS. Nizuxta says, 106 FPS. Trivia question. What's required to make a potion of night vision? Nizuksta says, I just realized resolution is at 4K. Jackery says, WB Snurklas. Kyleplay says, WB. Snurklas says, tie. Kyleplay says, WB. Jackery says, WB. DYLL for N says, hi. Trivia question. What's created when water and lava meet? Dida Brandon says, WB. Tossif to 488 says, tie. Blackspot alert, aim for greatness, subscribe, and like. Landai Rover says, hey y'all. Dil4N says, Dil4N says, Kyle. Kyle Plays says, Dil4N says, Rue. Kyle Plays says, my base. Dil4N says, okay? Trivia question. Which biome has colorful clay? Welcome back, Lazalas. Glad you could join us again. Welcome back, AY. Glad you could join us again. Welcome back, Toothless Black. Glad you could join us again. Kyle Play says, WB. It's Alj says, tie. Kyle Play says, it's Alj says. Dida Brandon says. It's Alj says, not. It's Alj says, ooh. Dida Brandon says, balance. It's Alj says, go. Dida Brandon says, red blue. Dida Brandon says, black white. Dida Brandon says, ick. Kyle Play says, hi. Trivia question. What item is used to craft a piston in Minecraft? Blackspot alert! Join us, subscribe, like, and grow! Dill4N says, WID. Kyleplay says, Dying Terracotta. Dill4N says, why? Kyleplay says, roof. Dill4N says, oi. Dill4N says, do you want this? I found it at Rhoda's base. Kyleplay says, who's Greece? Dill4N says, Rita's base. Dill4N says, it gets a fish. Kyleplay says, sure tie. Trivia question. What item is needed to create a powered rail? Kyle Play says, what? Dill for N says, you died. Kyle Play says, nope.
No. No.
Dill for N says, to gray use purple. Kyle Play says, there are no purples. Dill for N says, die. Kyle Play says, in this game. It's LJ says, there are purple. Jackery says, WB Rocky. Random Rocket YT says, tie. Dill for N says, ye. Kyle Play says, they don't math though. Kyle Play says, match asterisk. Dill for N says, this one looks blue or gray. Kyle Play says, blue. Dill for N says, blue don't match TBH. Kyle Play says, I want it like the color of an aluminium. Dill for N says, okay? Kyle Play says, those are like pink even though they ray purple. Dill for N says, okay? Dill for N says, lots of blocks. Dill for N says, for one roof. Kyle Play says, I'm not using thmal. Kyle Play says, they were just options. Trivia question. In which dimension is the Ender Dragon found? Random Rocket YT says, anyone sells spruce wood. Black Spot Alert, subscribe, and like if you're enjoying.
Wow.
Random Rocket YT says, take that as a no then lol. It's Ao J says, nanana. It's Ao J says, I can give you. It's Ao J says, look. Random Rocket YT says, all good'll go get some. It's Ao J says, WHY. It's Ao J says, come here. It's Ao J says, random. Dill for N says, bit flat. Kyle Plays says, shush. Trivia question. How do you obtain honey bottles in Minecraft? Kyle Plays says, I can't get purple stairs. Dill4N says, Call you could put leaves on top of the roof. Kyle Play says, yay? Kyle Play says, it looks better from far away. Trivia question. What type of potion does a witch drop when defeated? Black Spot Alert. Aim for greatness. Subscribe and like. Welcome back among US. Glad you could join us again. It's Jay says, Omao. It's Jay says, evil pig with me. It's Jay says, look. Trivia question. Which hostile mob drops phantom membranes? It's Al J says, WB. ILXSH says, can anyone give me stuff? Dill for N says, .itzAOJ. It's Al J says, yes? It's Al J says, ILXSH says, look. It's Al J says, I guess I'll take a Sly and Slamau. ILXSH says, look. Dill for N says, it's Al J says, Doodle Josh says, hello. ILXSH says, who won a 1v1? Trivia question. What item is used to craft maps? Dilforen says, what Kyle? Kyle Play says, bruh. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Dill4N says, I didn't. Kyle Play says, you did. Dill4N says, when? ILXSH says, look. Doodle Josh says, did I ask? ILXSH says, look. Dill4N says, Kyle. Kyle Play says, DC. ILXSH says, can anyone give me stuff? Doodle Josh says, yeah, come to 33336833333. ILXSH says, tis too far. Doodle Josh says, that's my base though. ILXSH says, come to spawn. Doodle Josh says, LOS can't him doing something? Dilforen says, it what happened there I did not say that amount. ILXSH says, pseudo. Dill4N says, Rue Kyle. Kyle Play says, may you press tab or whatever it is on mobile. DYLL4N says, id. Doodle Josh says, we sleeping in the night or what? Fiery Storm Cloud says, nah. Doodle Josh says, just asking y'all. Dill4N says, Rue. Doodle Josh says, K-Ema just mine then smiley face. Kyle Play says, house. Dill4N says, liar. Kyle Play says, I am. Trivia question. What item is used to craft a redstone lamp? Dilforen says, why did you make this house so small compared to the others? Kyle Plays says, why not? Dilfor says, cuss. Doodle Josh says, Treva redstone. Kyle Plays says, how come you haven't built our mega mansion? Dilfor says, I'm not building it on mobile. Doodle Josh says, look. Kyle Play says, oh mau. Dilfor says, my PC will probably be fixed next week or some. Welcome back Polly13. Glad you could join us again. Kyle Play says, how can you even break a PC? Dilfor says, water. Fiery Storm Cloud says, ft. Dilfor says, spill. Kyle Play says, bruh. Dilfor says, make PC go bang. Kyle Play says, I've spilled water over my laptop a couple of times. Kyle Play says, it's fine. Dilfor says, well, that didn't work for me. Fiery Storm Cloud says, Kyle, man, you should open it up and make sure it's actually fine law. Doodle Josh says, how though? Dilfor says, wrong. Kyle Play says, I was typing. Dilfor says, creeper there Kyle. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I'm glad I got to watch that Lamau. Kyle Play says, oh. Doodle Josh says, random question, but do any of y'all know what difficulty this server is in? Dilfor says, oops. Fiery Storm Cloud says, Dilfor did you just shoot the camel? Welcome back Hugo Rees. Glad you could join us again. Dilfor says, it's normal, or hard I think. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I think it's on hard. Kyle Play says, yay? Dilfor says, nope, camel shot me. Fiery Storm Cloud says, oh sure. Kyle Play says, to thirds health. Hugo Rees says, how are you? Doodle Josh says, bruh, I only play on easy. Trivia question. What's the main use of a converter? Fiery Storm Cloud says, good luck then, Josh. Dill4N says, DW you can't really tell it's on hard mode. Fiery Storm Cloud says, mobs can have effect buffs. Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Dill4N says, the Nether is easy compared to normal hard mode. Fiery Storm Cloud says, and yet, I still manage to die all the time. Dill4N says, totems you can get from Hooba the evokes that spawn around it. Doodle Josh says, I can cause I just saw a flippin' zombie with full enchanted gold armor. Dill4N says, lol. Fiery Storm Cloud says, there's some mobs that wear full iron armor to law. Dill4N says, Kyle plays. Kyle plays says, Dill4N. Dill4N says, Plu. Fiery Storm Cloud says, Tie 3. Doodle Josh says, I might just got a shovel and stick in my inventory for some reason. Kyle Plays says, Plu. Fiery Storm Cloud says, Hugo did. Shovel. Doodle Josh says, Doodle underscore Josh says, Doodle underscore Josh says, Doodle underscore Josh says. Dill4N says, Oikoiloplas you got a smiting table. Fiery Storm Cloud says, for XP. Doodle Josh says, look. Kyle Plays says, Woy. Kyle Plays says. Dill4N says, armor trim. Doodle Josh says, I got a frog. Fiery Storm Cloud says, yes. Doodle Josh says, look. Dill4N says, THXX. Doodle Josh says, Ema name him Frog 3. Doodle Josh says, ah. Fiery Storm Cloud says, you need to find a skeleton spawner, and then you can make the farm around it. Fiery Storm Cloud says, it's not hard to make. Doodle Josh says, ooh ooh ooh. Trivia question. What's the max build height? Fiery Storm Cloud says, ripfish. Kyle Play says, yum. Dill4N says, Duluth Craft TBLE. Doodle Josh says, Triva to 5-6. Dill4N says, HEY. Fiery Storm Cloud says, you can find plenty of tutorials on YOUTUBE. Kyle Play says, Krusty Camel. Dill4N says, you what? Doodle Josh says, Doodle Josh says, Doodle Josh says, Doodle Josh says. Kyle Play says, it's tied to the bottom of the ocean, RN drowning. Dill4N says, new. Dill4N says, which helmet? Kyle Play says, hat asterisk. Kyle Play says, tie. Dill4N says, which hat? Kyle Play says, OHHH. Kyle Play says, I though you meant which hat. Kyle Play says, show me. Dill4N says, Ema make the green of turtle hat yellow. Kyle Play says, tortel or netherite. Kyle Play says, turtle. Kyle Play says, idk. Kyle Play says, whatever you want. Doodle Josh says, I want netherite. Doodle Josh says, pulse. Trivia question. What block is needed to craft a bookshelf? Doodle Josh says, why? Dill4N says, camel. Black Spot Alert, aim for greatness, subscribe, and like. Kyle Plays says, dead. Doodle Josh says, I'm in a 1-block hole and someone spawns a horse on me, then it died. Dill4N says, my trust. Fiery Storm Cloud says, lol. Dill4N says, I don't have camel. Kyle Plays says, it's so slow. Dill4N says, sprint. Kyle Plays says, how? Kyle Plays says, jump. Kyle Plays says, oh. Dill4N says, double tap W. Dill4N says, rue. Dill4N says, trust. Doodle Josh says, my home is a zoo. Fiery Storm Cloud says, lol. Dill4N says, do you not trust me with her storage? Kyle Play says, no I do but. Dill4N says, that's not nice. Kyle Play says, I don't want a Christmas base. Dill4N says, why would I do that? Kyle Play says, or to be ecrystalled, D. Dill4N says, I would never. Kyle Plays says, you are wanted snow blocks. Kyle Plays says, lol. Kyle Plays says, you wanted asterisk. Dill4N says, for snow golem pet. Doodle Josh says, bro it is November not December. Don't do Christmas ring. It is way too early. Dill4N says, nah it's basically Christmas. Kyle Plays says, to destroy my base. Dill4N says, nah. Kyle Plays says, the colored pet names are back. Dill4N says, yes. Trivia question. What do you need to create a potion of regeneration? Dill4N says, are you gonna link her Discord and YT account? KylePlace says, I did. Dill4N says, to get the special chats. Dill4N says, oh. KylePlace says, lol. KylePlace says, that's from Discord. Dill4N says, can you rename him PigOw Special Text? Doodle Josh says, seriously though, I hate it that my November birthday is always interrupted with Christmas stuff. I am sick and tired of it now. Please, for my sake, keep Christmas out of this server until at earliest November 25th. Thank you. KylePlace says, yay, loads of fonts work now. KylePlace says, Dill4N says, my day November 26th, I understand law. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I have to deal with Halloween stuff around my birthday. Doodle Josh says, yeah, November 17th is still affected. Dill4N says, yeah. Doodle Josh says, at least Halloween music isn't blasted in your ear 24/7. Fiery Storm Cloud says, lol, you think it's not? Doodle Josh says, Ema, dig straight down and see what happens. Doodle Josh says, look. Doodle Josh says, nope, 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 nope. KylePlace says, rip. Doodle Josh says, try to. Welcome, smart fella. Like and subscribe. Fiery Storm Cloud says, Doodle Josh says, look. Trivia question. How many eyes for the end portal? Black Spot Alert. Support us, subscribe, and like. Doodle Josh says, Ima die by doing this aren't I? Doodle Josh says, ooh. DYLL for N says, okay. Doodle Josh says, yeah, that's enough for me. DYLL for N says, hi. Doodle Josh says, he'll just die. Doodle Josh says, that was quick. Dill for N says, you shot my camel. Kyle Play says, I told Coral to stop eating those curries, tut. Dill for N says, right? Dill for N says, trust. Kyle Play says, no. Kyle Play says, you have already. Dill for N says, yes. Doodle Josh says, can someone tell me the chords of their bass? I wanna come smiley face. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I can tell you mine, but I won't add you to my claims, I'm afraid. Kyle Play says, his neck is invincible _O. Doodle Josh says, that's cool. Dill for N says, I think my phone is gonna die. Fiery Storm Cloud says, 7673362. Doodle Josh says, I just wanna chill. Trivia question. What type of food item does a cow drop when defeated? Doodle Josh says, cool incoming. Doodle Josh says, Ema just write my base chords. Fiery Storm Cloud says, KK. Doodle Josh says, incoming now. Kyle Play says, pigeon pie. Kyle Play says, yum. Doodle Josh says, what did you say again? Doodle Josh says, your cohorts. Dilforen says, what Kylie? Kyle Play says, nothing. D. Fiery Storm Cloud says, 767334. For N says, pig out. Doodle Josh says, cool. Dilfor N says, MB. Trivia question. How many eyes for the N portal? Dill4N says, right. Kyle Play says, right, D. Blackspot alert, subscribe, and like for more.
Wow.
Kyle Play says, the mushrooms are lovely, DD. Dill4N says, TBF that Camel had it coming. Kyle Play says, LMAOO. Kyle Play says, aw. Fiery Storm Cloud says, gonna go down to my XP farm. Cords to the stairs down, R79 for 3360. Fiery Storm Cloud says, 790 for 3360 asterisk. Dill4N says, Turst. Dill4N says, trust. Kyle Play says, do you have more than one camel? Doodle Josh says, I'm here. Fiery Storm Cloud says, Turst. Dill4N says, no. Kyle Play says, he'll give you one of mine. Dill4N says, nah, I don't want. Kyle Play says, why? Dill4N says, cuss. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I need to put actual stairs here. Dill4N says, they are too big. Fiery Storm Cloud says, hello. Doodle Josh says, hi. Fiery Storm Cloud says, hey. Doodle Josh says, ooh cool. Doodle Josh says, the dragon EGG. Doodle Josh says, X. Fiery Storm Cloud says, NPD. Doodle Josh says, lock. Fiery Storm Cloud says, yeah, the dragon egg from was the surprise command log. Fiery Storm Cloud says, what is that face law? Doodle Josh says, idk. Doodle Josh says, XBTW for this. Fiery Storm Cloud says, NP. Fiery Storm Cloud says, would you like a saddle? Doodle Josh says, lol I looking at the live at that face XD. Fiery Storm Cloud says, Omow. Trivia question. What's the max build height? Doodle Josh says, I've never seen it before now all in game. Fiery Storm Cloud says, oh. Doodle Josh says, look. Jedi Sith 121 says, WB. Doodle Josh says, lol path the way. Jackery says, tie. Fiery Storm Cloud says, it's such a pain to jump all the way up, so I have to add stairs haha. Kyle Play says, lol. Jackery says, hi King Silly. Welcome back Arthur M. Glad you could join us again. Jackery says, I'm doing well. Jackery says, WB. Doodle Josh says, God it is a long way up. Jedi Sith 121 says, WB. Fiery Storm Cloud says, it really is long. Doodle Josh says, CHL. Fiery Storm Cloud says, lol. Fiery Storm Cloud says, oh. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I fell in a cave. Dill4N says, flat wall. Doodle Josh says, Simon. Doodle Josh says, coming. Doodle Josh says, bit late. Fiery Storm Cloud says, lol. Kyle Play says, dim flat wall. Doodle Josh says, you mine ill-placed blocks. Kyle Play says, it's not done. Dill4N says, why you eating cookies? Kyle Plays says, what? Trivia question, what's required to make a potion of night vision? Kyle Plays says, breed. The Nicola 2018 says, hi. Black Spot Alert, aim for greatness, subscribe, and like. Fiery Storm Cloud says, Amal. Fiery Storm Cloud says, I forgot all of this was here. Jackery says, hey Arthur. Dill4N says, Tissum. Fiery Storm Cloud says, that'll do for now. Fiery Storm Cloud says, thank you. Doodle Josh says, okay. Doodle Josh says, NP. Kyle Plays says, it just looks like a big blob. Dill4N says, looks fine. Kyle Plays says, no. Doodle Josh says, what are things like X-ray allowed in this server? Dill4N says, maybe if the house was bigger. The Nicola 2018 says, no. Jackery says, nose raying. Kyle Plays says, shush. Fiery Storm Cloud says, nose ray. Doodle Josh says, okay juice it woundering. Dill4N says, Zray ain't allowed since it's cheating. Kyle Plays says, go build her mega mansion. The Nicola 2018 says, it is in the rules when you start. Dill4N says, can't on mobile. Kyle Plays says, why not, DD. Fiery Storm Cloud says, would you like some bones or arrows? Dill4N says, cuss. Doodle Josh says, yeah sure, why not? Dill4N says, I'm broke. Kyle Plays says, rip. Doodle Josh says, lol I kinda need a bow for these owns. Dill for N says, and it's easier on PC. Trivia question. What type of potion does a witch drop when defeated? Dill for N says, to get materials and build it. Doodle Josh says, found the edge of your boundary. Fiery Storm Cloud says, yeah, it's not a big claim. Doodle Josh says, lol. Doodle Josh says, THX for the bow. Fiery Storm Cloud says, NP. Doodle Josh says, can I test on you, lol? Fiery Storm Cloud says, sure lol. Fiery Storm Cloud says, lol. Doodle Josh says, ow. Fiery Storm Cloud says, UHH. Fiery Storm Cloud says, you might need to come out of the claim. Doodle Josh says, oh. Fiery Storm Cloud says, did 3 hearts damn. Doodle Josh says, but you have good armor. Fiery Storm Cloud says, lol. Doodle Josh says, ugh, where is that zombie? Fiery Storm Cloud says, probably in the cave underneath. Doodle Josh says, it is annoying me so much. Doodle Josh says, Emily. Doodle Josh says, it's getting late. Trivia question. What's the primary use of a loom in Minecraft? Fiery Storm Cloud says, okie dokie. Blackspot alert. Be part of our family. Subscribe and like. Doodle Josh says, it'll be right here. Doodle Josh says, see ya. Dill4N says, call I've got to shulkers of terracotta if you want some. Fiery Storm Cloud says, see ya. Kyle Plays says, nope, it's okay. I have a couple of stacks. D. Kyle Play says, why? Dill4N says, accident. Dill4N says, oi. Kyle Play says, see. Dill4N says, nah. Kyle Play says, yes. Kyle Play says, jump. Kyle Play says, why won't it eat? DYLL4N says, ick.
No.
Trivia question. What item is used to craft maps? Dil4N says, Roo. DYLL4N says, Brr. Kyle Plays says, Oak. Trivia question. What block is used to brew underwater potions? Blackspot alert. Join us, subscribe, like, and grow. Trivia question. What's the primary use of a loom in Minecraft? Trivia question. How do you tame a wolf? Black Spot Alert. Subscribe and like for more. Trivia question. What item is needed to create a potion of strength? Trivia question. What's the max build height? Blexbot alert. Your support counts. Subscribe and like. Aaron Gamer 79 says, country. Trivia question. How many bookshelves from Max Enchantment?
No. No.
Aaron Gamer 79 says, that is what I am trying to do. Aaron Gamer 79 says, country caw.